Good morning, everyone. Well, we're almost at noon. Almost at noon. I'm going to ask everyone that is coming in, if you can, I'm going to ask you kindly to move forward as close as you can, so that those that are running behind or running late, when they come, they can just fill in the back seats, the seats more to the back, so that we can kind of not have it be too much of a distraction when they do come. All right. We do have Zoom open today. We're going to also be sharing via social media, Facebook and things. So I'm going to ask everyone to also share on their pages. I'm going to share on my pages. I know our Holy Love Outreach page is going to be live, so we'll share that. But tag, like, share, invite someone even on social media, so that we can get this information and this education out to them. And I know Deacon-elect Kentis Ellis will be telling us how many people we have on Zoom, and making sure that we are aware of what's going on there. But we are excited. We are excited, and I'm definitely looking forward to today. I hope you have your note-taking devices ready and your pens, your paper. I'm excited because it's not every day we get great opportunities like this. It's not every day we get great opportunities like this. And the crazy thing is, watch this. This is a free seminar. It's a free workshop. Really, trust me, many people have to pay for this kind of information. And so we're grateful today to our guest speakers. And I want to go ahead and really give God praise for everyone that's here. And I know we have one gentleman, I think, that is Mr. Leonard Green, that is on the way. But we thank God for my brother and my friend, the CEO of Higgins Realty Group, Conrad Higgins. Right. That's it. That's a good place. I'm grateful for your presence. I'm grateful for you being here. And I know that this is going to be very impactful. And so I'm going to quickly get out of the way. I'm going to pray. I'm just going to ask those of you that are towards the back and you're getting yourself settled in, just come and get settled in so that we can get started. But I'm just going to ask, let's just stand and let's just breathe a quick word of prayer. Father, we're grateful to you today, grateful to you for this opportunity. This is the day that you have made. We rejoice and we are glad in it. God, thank you, God, that you're giving us access, God, to information and education that's going to hopefully shift the dynamics of many of our lives. Father, we are grateful for this opportunity. We're grateful for the speakers. Thank you for bringing them here safely. Thank you, God, for what they're going to share to us. And I pray, Father, that as they sow into us today, that you'll continue to bless them, bless their lives, bless their families, bless everything that is connected to their hand. And Father, without any hesitation, we'll continue to give you all the praise, the honor, and the glory, for it belongs to you. And that we say in the name of Jesus. And everyone say amen. Amen. God bless you. You may be seated. Again, thank you for those of you that are coming in. Missionary Brown, when you can, just come fall right back towards the front like you were sitting, so that we make space for those that are coming and running late. But without any further delay, I want to present to you the host today, let me say afternoon, because we're already at noon. Conrad Higgins, who is the CEO of Higgins Realty Group, with locations here in Brooklyn and also in Georgia. God bless you. Well, put your hands together one more time for Conrad Higgins. And let me say Minister Conrad Higgins, because he's a minister as well.
Good morning, everyone. And good morning to those who are watching on live on Zoom. It's an honor to be here this morning to partner with Holy Love Outreach and Pastor Matthew. We go back way, way, way back. So it's a privilege. One of my agents, Kentis, is also a member of this church. Kentis Ellis, he's a member of this church. And so we decided to come together and put together this free home buyer seminar. I like to call a home, I don't just want to really focus really just on buyers. We do both buyers and sellers and a myriad of other things. And so we have a team of people here that will be sharing with us today about different aspects of home buying, mortgages, and all kinds of information, estate sale, estates, and all this kind of stuff. So we have one of our the managing attorney for Gray George Law PC. Her name is Miss Jakia Gray. I met Miss Gray in the transaction, and I was very, 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 and if you know me, I'm hard to please. So I was very, very impressed at how she handled the case, and so we kept in touch, and I'm glad to have her with us today. Also, we're going to have a good friend of mine. I mean, I think over 30 years now, I think. Ever since I've been in real estate, I've known him, and he's been consistent in terms of mortgages for years. And he is the CEO, I don't even want to say that, but he is the CEO of Bedford Funding Corp., Martin Murray. So he's going to come to us to give us some pivotal information pertaining to mortgages, refinancing, and whatever else he has to share, talk about the interest of where it is now. So he will explain all of that. We also have another speaker that's on his way, an inspector, a home inspector, Mr. Leonard Green. Know him for quite some time as well, and he basically is the one that you will need after you find a home to get it inspected, and he's very good at that. He does not only residential, he does commercial properties as well. So he's actually doing an inspection now. He told me he's running behind, and he'll be here to fill out the rest of this wonderful platform that we are putting together. All right, so again, thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Holy Love Outreach, for allowing us to be here. So who am I? I'm Conrad Higgins, and I am the founding broker of, I don't like to pat myself on the back, but I am the broker, the CEO broker of Higgins Realty Group. We started Higgins Realty Group in February of 2012. I've been in real estate since March of 2001. So I've been in real estate for quite some time. So I've seen the ups, the downs, the in-betweens, and all that kind of stuff. We are located at 1962, I forgot my old address, 1962 Linden Boulevard in East New York at the corner of New Jersey and Linden. And we also have another location that we recently opened 2 years ago in Decula, Georgia, which is in Gwinnett County. And that is a location where we deal with more of relocation and development. So we get more into that later on today. So just to open up this session, we just want to just touch a little bit on the home buying process, right? Being in this business for so long, I always got a lot of questions, and I want to buy a home, I want to buy something, I want to do this, and I don't know where to start. And most of it comes from people who are, who really like are tenants. They're renting, and they say, I'm paying so much in rent, I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm not paying for nobody's mortgage, and I want to own my own stuff. And what they don't understand is more than just paying a mortgage. There's a lot entail in the process, right? So, of course, Marty's going to go into details with that a little bit more, but, I try to encourage people to go to these seminars and go to these home buyer functions that other companies are running, and they're for free. I don't understand this, that people, when you say it's free, Jakia, nobody shows up. But you say, register and pay $100, everybody show up. And today I said to myself, maybe we should have charged some money and give the money to the church. But seriously, it really behooves you to, if you're really serious about building generational wealth and start somewhere, you need to, go to these functions. We're not here. Go to anyone. If you feel you want to come to us, Higgins Realty, to help you find a home after the fact, so be it. But get the information. Information is power, right? And and we struggle because of lack of information. And our communities struggle because of lack of information, right? We run around listening to hearsays and all this kind of stuff. So I really want to encourage you to, take the time to start ironing out your plan. I always tell people, looking to do a 5-year plan. So home buyers or people who are thinking about purchasing, start planning out your year. We're coming out to the end of the year. Start planning out for next year. What can I get? Can I start off with a condo? Can I start off with a co-op? A lot of people want to hit the ball out of the park. I want a 2-family in East Flatbush, 3/2, with a finished basement, and it got to be vacant. Yeah, okay. Give me $1 million and we'll talk about that part. You understand? So we know that New York, Brooklyn especially, prices are really high. So you want to know how to slowly work your way into the market. I encourage anyone that's paying anything over $2,500 a month for rent that you need to consider either partner with somebody, get a co-signer, right? If you're married and you're husband and wife, partner with them and get yourself into the process of owning. And there are many different facets of it, of course, with the credit and of course that's going to be on Marty to speak on. But there's a different levels of it. One of the things that I want to introduce today is this program. It's from Home First. If we could definitely, if anybody online wants it, we can definitely email it to them and send the information over to them. My email, you could send me a request. If you're online, it's Higgins Realty Group at yahoo.com. Higgins Realty Group at yahoo.com, and I can send you over this information. So basically, it's a company called Home First. The program is called Home First, where that they work with the city to do these grant. He said not to call it a grant. It is a loan, and so basically what they do is that they will give you a down payment assistance, and it goes up to, you can get up to $100,000 towards a down payment, $100,000 towards a down payment or closing costs from a 1 to 4 family home, condominium, co-op, in one of the 5 boroughs. And there are also, and if you're in the audience, there's flyers there for you to get. It comes down to the household income as well as your size. So there is a limit they put. So if you're a family of 1 single person and you cannot go over $87,100. So if you make $60,000 and you wanted to buy a condo, you could go ahead and speak to Mr. Murray, and he could partner with this Home First and program and help you get into that condo. Okay, and so it goes on a 2-family of 2. You cannot make any more than $99,550, and so on and so on and so on. So we could send the information to you so you could help with that. But one of the things, the person that is in charge of this partnership, Kevin Washington, he was supposed to jump in and with us today, but time didn't allow him to come. But Mr. Washington, we will also give his information. He's a certified HUD counselor. So this is a HUD program, right? So it's not a state program, it's not a city program, it's a federal government program. And so with this, him and his staff, they basically run different types of sessions. They will walk you through the process. There's classes that you have to attend and things of that nature so that you can get a full understanding. Again, it's not a grant because everybody thinks it's free money. It's not technically free money. It is a loan in a sense. It's a debt. That's what he used. He said it's a debt, and there's requirements in terms of how, if you don't meet the requirements in terms of staying in the house, you have to pay the debt back. I think Mr. Murray and I were talking about it back in the day, the Nehemiah homes. I don't know if you know those were built in East New York and stuff like that. When they built them, they originally had something like that in place, that you had to stay in the house. Something was like 10 years or 15 years before you could either refi or sell it. And if you break that, then you break the rule and you owe the money, right? I had a friend who built a border house in Suffolk County. He went through the same program. At the time, they couldn't afford a home in Brooklyn, so they went out to Suffolk County, and Suffolk County had their version of this, and they were able. Now, this one was it's a phenomenal testimony. He and his wife bought the condo, but condos there is different. It's more like townhouses, so it's like a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bathroom duplex, right, with parking and so on. But it was in a community, and he bought it for I believe it was $86,000 at the time. The grant gave him $20,000 towards it, right? So they bought their first house through that program. The home is now worth probably around $500,000 or $600,000 now, and the years have passed, and so now he could do whatever he wants. Keep in mind, time is going to go. People are like, oh, I got to stay there for 15 years. What if I decide to move to California? What if I decide to do this or whatever? You know, listen, just live out the time and make it work for you. I'm not going to tell you any other ways to go around it, but live out the time. Don't come look for me. I'm not going to jail with nobody. Right? So we're going to post this information up. Mr. Washington and his team, you guys can, we literally just did a program, so I know it works. Why? Because we had a house in Brownsville, and you know, we had some difficulty trying to sell that house, and needed a lot of work, right? And that's something I'm gonna touch on about the work and buying a home. But anyway, needed a lot of work. Deals it wasn't really going anywhere, and this young lady just came up and she inquired about the home. By the time I did not know she was going through the program. So, you know, the contracts and everything was done. So happened the deal that deal, the person representing the seller was Miss Gray. And so she and I, you know, we working with the buyer's attorney, and then we found out about the program, and I think she found out about it. They told me about it, and I was like, what program? What is that? So, because I know some programs can be so daunting, and for me, just drag the whole process out. So I was like, I'm having difficulty selling this house already, and now this program is going to make it even more complex. But you know what? We stuck with it. It worked out because the seller had some issues to work out herself because it was an estate. And so it allowed the buyer some time to get all of her stuff, her ducks in a row in a sense. And so she was able to get the full $100,000. So she was able to buy the house for $460,000, and then she mortgaged $360,000, right? A single mom, you know, and she lived in housing for years, and so now this is her first house. She used the money. She had some money. Don't get me wrong. You have to have something in the bank, and so the money that she was going to use for a down payment, and this is where the benefit comes in. The money that she was going to use for the down payment and for the closing costs, she was able to use it for the renovation of the property. So she was able to throw that money there, and the home now is, I went over there, it was like, wow, it's a complete transformation. Because that was the main issue. The main issue was that people loved the home, and they wanted the home, but when they talk about putting the down payment down and paying closing costs, then finding renovation, it was like too much for some people. So this program was able to help us sell this home and give this young lady and her son a home to live in, their very first home. So it is a very, very good program, I believe. I'm not one to sponsor government stuff, but I'm telling you, this is something I did. I would suggest there's different other programs as well, and Mr. Murray can talk about that if he has them, and he will find them if there is such, and to help you. One thing I love about Marty, I'm gonna be frank, I always tell him, but he is just straightforward. He's not gonna jive you around and tell you, oh, get 5 people, there's, you know, he's just gonna straight up, you can buy it, you can't buy it. Come back to me in this month, do this, do that, and stuff like that. So the process is a process. You know, you hear the people say, trust the process. Philly fans, trust the process, right? This is basically what it is. Trust the process, because it's going to take, especially if you're not the person that making X amount of salary a year and have a bag of money in the bank, and You just have some money, you know. I've seen people use susu money. We call them, Jamaicans call them partner money. I see people, I sold a building in the pandemic where the guy wanted a restaurant. He was leasing some buildings for restaurants, and he basically did not have the credit or the consistent flow of income. And Kent is going to talk about how, later on, about for those business owners who are playing around, you understand, with your money. But he didn't have the credit or the steady income to purchase this building, but he wanted to buy this building. And one of the things we did, we were able to establish with him a home buyer seller financing with him, right? And he was able to purchase. But the key thing was he had the money, cash, right? The money was the man showed up, and I have pictures to prove it, but I'm not going to do it. The man showed up at the closing in, what you Jamaicans call it, scandal bag. He showed up with a scandal bag, black, we call it, the black shopping bag. Came to the closing during pandemic. In the pandemic, I see him walking with this bag. I'm like, why this man coming like he went to the grocery store? He had all this money wrapped up in rubber bands. You understand? My commission was in that bag. I was like, dude, how you expect me to walk into the branch with $30,000 to the bank and say, deposit this, please? But God worked it out where that the attorney was able to, because of his escrow, he was able to deposit all the money, and they wrote me a check. But Kent is going to talk about why you should put your money in a bank account, get a business account, and start. But that's for him. But again, that's for the home buyers. Now we talk about sellers. For those who are watching who own a home, who own other properties, if you're watching online or if you're here, you kind of in between, should I sell, should I not sell, when is the right time to sell? And you hear all these stuff. We are living in this social media, TikTok, Instagram driven community, and everybody now is a professional on TikTok. Everybody's a professional now on Instagram and all this kind of stuff, and everybody knows everything, right? And people are following these people and not getting good clarity on how things are done. So nothing is new under the sun. It's the same way it was when I first started. When I started real estate, and Marty will attest to this, we never had an MLS. It was more like a website called Realist, I think it was. And Realist was, and then we used to get a book every weekend. Every Friday, we used to get an MLS book. We had an MLS, but it was more of a book, and it showed all the updated listings that came out. So, of course, as time progressed, we were able to do market analysis, clearer on the internet and stuff like that. We call them CMA, comparative market analysis, and we were able to really pinpoint and tell homeowners what their home was worth. And so we still do that. That does not change. No one can come and tell you give you some fancy word. It's still a CMA. If you are looking to, if you don't take our word for it, then you just go hire an appraiser, and you pay the $450, $500, $600, whatever it is, and they will come and appraise your property before you put it on the market, and they will give you a price point of what the house is worth. We did that with that home that needed a lot of work. We made sure we got an appraisal done because we didn't want to waste time trying to ask for so much and when the house wasn't going to be sold. So the appraisal came in for that house at $499 because of the condition. And so she bought it just under the appraised value, and it worked out for her. So I strongly recommend that if you're looking to sell, you're wondering are we in a seller's market or a buyer's market and stuff like that, and you hear all this stuff about the interest rate and stuff like that. Believe it or not, when I started real estate in 2001, the interest rate was around, if I remember, it started coming down from 9.10 in 2000. it was coming down for the people. People was refinancing on a rapid rate because people had like 17%, 15%. That bought house like in the 80s or whatever they bought it. They had, so when everybody's like, oh, 7% is too high, 7% is too high. No, it's not. We got so accustomed during the pandemic with the 2% and the 3%, and we think that's normal. It is not normal. To me, I think where we are, honestly, is where we should be, in my opinion. Obviously, we want and that's my opinion. It's my opinion. I think where we are is because what it does, it really bring out actual buyers who can actually afford the home and purchase. And a lot of these homeowners are holding back, and I'm speaking to the homeowners now. You are holding back and say, I'm waiting for the rate to drop so we could have a floodgate of buyers to come in. I don't know if it's going to fall, if it's going to go down. My former broker told me once, he said, real estate is a wave. He said, every 8 years, it goes up and down, every 8 years. And I never knew that until I became a broker. I watched it, for some reason, it goes up, and it stayed good for 8 years, and then it goes down, and then it starts again, and it goes. So right now, we're in a wave pattern. And I do believe that we're going to be seeing somewhere between 5 to 7, depending on what the market says, where the rate is. And of course, your credit plays a role in that. So sellers, your thing is not to interest rate unless you're looking to refi, but your focus is what is being sold in my area. That should be your main concern, not so much the interest rate. It should be more about what is being sold. Is my house, 2 years ago, my house was appraised for $800,000. And yes, the rate might have influenced that because of the influx of the market with buyers and the agents and people who are running up the prices. So that may have affected it. But that's 2 years ago. You have to not worry about what happened in the last 6 months. And so we could check for you to say, okay, in the last 6 months, your home is worth $750,000, right? But you bought it for $300,000 10 years ago or 12 years ago. So regardless of the fact, there's still profit in the home to be made. And if you're in between making a decision about, oh, it's getting too cold in New York, it's getting too overcrowded, I want to leave, I don't know what to do, it's time for you to sit down with a realtor, whether it's us or anybody you may have a cousin, friend, whoever, but you need to sit down with someone and go over the numbers of what the home is worth so that you can make a good decision. Should I sell now? Should I wait until, next summer, spring, or whatever? And which brings me to my last point, that timing matters, right? So you can't, for us as realtors, we always say that when it comes to November, December, early January, those are not good months if you're looking to sell. I'm going to tell you right now. It really is not, because brother so-and-so and sister so-and-so and everybody's looking to buy gifts. They want to save their money for Thanksgiving. They're looking for Christmas, and all these kind of stuff's happening. They're not really looking to purchase, So it's a downtime around that time. But we do sell some, but it's more of a downtime for me and for a lot of realtors that I know. And it's been consistent like that for years. So my encouragement to you is know your peak time in your community, right? Spring is to me is the ideal time, because what? Everybody see fresh flowers and they spring cleaning. You just went through a brutal winter. I mean, you know how many houses I sold after January and February because they retired and their backs hurting from shoveling snow and dealing with ice. I'm serious. And they will call me and say, I can't go to another winter. I'm gonna sell this house. How much my house is worth? So you want to make sure that you pinpoint the timing and make sure timing matters for you in regards to that. Okay. So we're gonna come back more about that later on and different stuff pertaining to Georgia. But if you have any questions real quick before we go to the next speaker, speak now or forever hold peace.
All right, so you talked about the interest rates. Oh, Mike?
Yes, go ahead.
So you talked about the interest rates like being on a wave. What do you say to a person who's seeking to buy a home, and when you were, like, for example, when I was looking for a home, like say 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, a condo that was 175,000 is now like 400,000. So when you see the prices of the homes go up so significantly, what do you say to that person who knows that this wasn't even costing that much before? Why is it so high now? Like, that's like, it's kind of discouraging. You know what I mean?
It is discouraging, but okay, so let me use where my office is. East New York was a place when I moved there, when we moved the office in 2015 to East New York, I couldn't get anybody to buy nothing. Nobody wanted to come to East New York. I'm not living there because it was the stigma of what East New York was. I grew up in East New York in the 80s. The first place I landed when I came from Jamaica was East New York. And after 6 o'clock, you had to be in your house because East New York was that wild. You understand? And so, it became a place, I had a bad stigma to it in terms of the violence and the drugs and all this. So nobody really wanted to come. So when I went there in 2015 and opened up my office over there, moved from Canarsie to East New York, and people were saying you shouldn't go there, but I went there anyway because I'm from there. And so to kind of answer your question, the market changed I believe it was in 2016, 17 in East New York when Mayor de Blasio at the time started to rezone the area. So what you're talking about is twofold. It could be played on the sales, the amount of sales that's happening, people buying in the area, that will drive the price. Like that was happening in Bed-Stuy. There were people just buying. A brownstone in Bed-Stuy in 2003 was 190 something thousand. Kid you not, I'm telling you. You could have bought am I lying, Marty? You could have bought a brownstone for $200,000 in 2003, 2004, right? Vacant. Some of them was empty sitting there, right? But the reason there was a lot of drugs that was going on, I literally remember walking up to a brownstone. The man had two, one on Lewis and one on Gates, and the man's like, I want to get rid of them. Each one was $198,000, 3-story brownstone, and I went up there to check them out, and because my wife is from Bed-Stuy, so I said, let's go look at them and purchase. And I came there dressed up in my suit, pulled up there, was like in the evening, pulled up, and I had my suit on, and it was like the whole street where the house was, one of Gates, drug dealers, and they were literally transactioning right there. I'm serious. The people just walked here, and they were doing stuff. So I looked at myself like, okay, Conrad, you're from the streets. You cannot roll up to these dudes in a suit. They're going to think you a cop. So I had to take off my jacket, take off my tie, the whole night, and had my business card out. And when I got to the house, they were blocking the entrance. And so, gave one of them my card, and the guy was like, yeah, let him in. He's cool. Let him in. I'm in this place, and a fight broke out with one of the tenants. It was just a mess. So why would somebody want to go there and spend all this money, right? But the backside of it is, if you had known what you know, you'd have said, you know what? I'm going to get me a lawyer. I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to buy this property. I hold on to it, right? And I didn't do that. And so the same building, somebody bought it for the same price the man was selling for and resold it for, at the time, $1.4 million. Do you understand? So he made a killing on the property. So to answer your question, a lot happening in the community can affect the sale, and the changing over of the community can affect the sale. So once de Blasio gave the zoning change, and now people was trying to build from from Jamaica Avenue all the way down to Liberty, the zoning laws were changed. And once the zoning law was changed, all of a sudden, all these investors started to come in, and people were buying and flipping and buying and flipping, and it caused the same condo that you could have bought now start going up in that area. So it's the interest can have an effect on it, yes. But to me, in this business, the more that I see that effect is the changing over of the community, the developers, investors coming in, buying, fixing, reselling, buying, fixing, and of course we use the term that's loosely is gentrification, but gentrification to me is a good thing. People may say it's a bad thing, but I look at it sometimes as a good thing. If you own a house, it's great for you. I'm sorry. It's great for you. Because if I have a house and I know I'm taking care of my property and the rest of everybody else is decrepit and I know I'm not going away right now, and then, houses start to be renovated and fixed up, matching what my house looked like, yes, keep fixing them up and increase the value so my house could go up. You understand? So, and that's what happened with to use your point, the Nehemiah homes. Those were sold for $49,000 in the 80s, 84, 85, sold for $49,000. We are selling them at a clip about between 500 to 600,000 now. So, and that's part of the whole turning over process. So yes, the interests have to do with it, and Marty can probably give you more of that, but in reality, to me, it's what's the changing over of the guard with the community. Quickly, any other question before we go? Because I want to get Marty up because he has to run. Anybody else? Quick question? No? All right, so I could come back and get more stuff about this, but it's time I want to introduce to you the CEO, the founder of Bedford Funding, Marty Murray, to come and talk some more about mortgages.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Conrad. That was great. I wish I would have bought some of those houses on Gates and Nehemiah, and the Nehemiah houses. I mean, oh man. But I want to thank Pastor Matt for having us. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Councilor Gray, we appreciate you coming as well. So what I do as a mortgage broker, I've been in the business about 30 years, and what I do is I try to find the best banks that will lend you guys money if you do find a house that you think is right for you. The main thing, I don't always look at values, like you had mentioned before, that you're a little discouraged, because to me, buying a house is always a numbers game. The value, Conrad's, if you work with Conrad or you work with Kentis, they're going to make sure that the value, they're not going to let you overpay for a house. They're going to try to point you in the best direction they can. And the bank is going to do their due diligence. They're going to appraise the property. They're going to make sure also that, things are working in the house, that the value's there, there's no major issues, that the inspector who's going to be here later, Leonard Green, he's also a guy who's going to give you peace of mind, tell you the roof is good, the boiler's good. But for me, buying a house is always a numbers game. It's always what the monthly payment's going to be each month is the main thing. And then, the value is going to appreciate. Values have typically appreciated. And even though they might go down for a little time, they're eventually going to go up. All right, and that's the only way people like us are going to get ahead. I mean, if we're paying rent forever, I mean, you're never going to build that wealth that you need and you deserve. And when you buy a house, I mean, you're going to get tax benefits also. I mean, so we always factor in, you might save on a full year of owning a house, you might save $5,000-$6,000 or more. Just being able to write off the interest, being able to write off the real estate taxes. The mortgage insurance is also tax deductible. So these are all things that go into purchasing a home. As a mortgage guy or a bank, the first thing that they're going to want to look at when you decide to buy a house or look into buying a house is your credit. Okay, so credit score is very important. So if I had somebody coming to live in my house and they were going to rent my apartment or one of the best things that I would want to see is their credit report. I'm not going to ask one of my daughter's boyfriends to look at their credit, but, if I'm going to rent an apartment or I'm going to lend money to somebody, I might want to take a look at their credit. If they're not going to pay their certain things, then they're not going to pay their mortgage or they're not going to pay you back. So the banks are definitely going to look at that. Now, credit scores are kind of tricky because there are a lot of different models that they use. So you might get Credit Karma, and you might have like a really good score on Credit Karma. But when mortgage companies look at it, we look at a little different model. We look at like a FICO score, and so that really could determine, you know, what kind of rate you're going to get or what your interest, you know, rate is going to be. Rates right now are in the fives, so people think they're a lot higher than they are. They're right around 5 3/4 on a 30-year fixed, okay? So just to give you a little bit of an idea, because if you look on TV, they'll advertise a little bit higher, but they are a little bit lower than what's being advertised. The other key component when you're buying a house is income, all right? So we don't look at what your net is, your net income is, we look at your gross income. So, you know, they always want you to have a 2-year work history. If you had a bunch of different jobs and now you're at a really good job making good money, I mean, they'll use that income that you're making. They'll use overtime. They'll use, if you're working nights, they'll use that. They look at a lot of different things. But those are really the key 2 things that go into when we look at you for a mortgage, you know, to figure out what you're going to qualify for. I could write down that you're qualified for $1 million or $1.5 million, but I wouldn't want to put somebody in a house for that kind of number unless I knew that they could afford it. You know, so we look at things, and I'll say to people, it's one of my first things. I'll work up a number for them. Payment's going to be $3,600. Are you okay with that? I mean, you still got a heating bill. You still got a water bill that's separate. You know, you still have other bills. You know, you got to make sure that you're good with that number. And your tenant, you know, you might have a tenant that's paying $1,500, but you got to make sure that tenant's a good tenant. You know, and that you know, you're going to count. You might not count on that money each month. You might have a tenant that is unable to pay you 1 or 2 months or more than that. So these are all things that kind of go into, you know, buying a home, and that I'm going to go over with you when you call, and we'll figure out if your credit's not great. I'll tell you, hey, this is what you got to do to get your credit report, you know, better. And it might take a little bit of time, but, you know, houses are always going to be for sale. There's always going to be deals, and there's going to be deals that Conrad might be able to find you. I mean, he just found somebody a house for $460. I was like, $460? I don't remember seeing any houses for $460. So he's the right guy. I mean, if you're looking for something, you know, that he could find you. So I know you guys know that banks will they'll lend on cars, they'll lend on houses, co-ops, condos. Do you want to take a guess at one of the things that banks really don't like to lend to? You want to take a guess, Pastor?
Like businesses, like startup businesses?
Startup business, one of them. Restaurants, a lot of restaurants go out of business, but one of the big things is churches. Okay? So now here's the reason why. You guys want to take a guess on why? Because you can't foreclose on God. Right? So keep that in mind down the road. I was trying to make you laugh, but it is true. Could you imagine a bank, you know, trying to foreclose on a church and all the parishioners are outside? Yeah, you can't foreclose on God. So, but like I said, it's always a numbers game. I mean, if you want to have like a rough idea of money that you would need, if you saw something, say, for $600,000, there's a good chance we might be able to get you this grant or not a grant, a loan, like you said, or debt. But I would always, you know, have in my mind that you have to put down 3.5% of whatever that price is. And then there are some fees, you know, you have lawyers' fees. There are some fees that you might have to also pay out of pocket. But I think, like I said, it's the only way that, you know, people that aren't born into money get ahead in life from the way I see it. You guys have any questions? Anybody have any questions? Good.
I do have a question on, so you said right now things are more, the interest rate is more around the line of 5 3/4%.
Yeah, almost 6. I
Almost
would
6, so let's say
roughly
6.
yeah.
Is that with with the grant slash loan? Is that number still pretty accurate with
Yeah,
that as well?
Yes, it is. But whatever you're borrowing, you can use the money towards a grant. As long as you meet the income restrictions and qualifications, then you could use that as a down payment, and you could use that towards closing costs. Closing costs in New York are closing costs on a property could be about 5% of what the sales, what the mortgage amount ends up being.
Yeah,
So that's typical. So you could use a grant towards closing costs and a down payment.
right,
So it definitely can, if it's gonna lower the payment
right,
because you're putting down more money. I mean, and also if you have, like, if you have money in the bank right now, I think the bank could be paying anywhere from 1.5% to about 4% in interest. So if you're gonna be paying 6 or 5.75, it's probably better to use some of that money that you have in the bank to lower your payment each month, so the payment's more affordable.
right,
So that's what I always, but we also we don't wanna use every single dollar that a person has. We want them to have a little bit of money in the bank,
right,
in case something happens with the
Right.
house,
exactly.
Some things are covered through insurance, but if the house needs a new roof, or something comes up in the house, we always want them to have a little bit of a little bit of savings, that they have an emergency fund, or money that's coming, in, or a susu or something, like something that will give them, give you a little bit of money just in case something does happen, But, it's all a numbers game. I mean, I'll go over, if you call, or we figure out, or we meet at Conrad's office, or we meet wherever, I'll go over a plan with you and say, hey, this is what I think this will get you to this number that you feel that you can afford,
Right, right.
And there are some things that you could also apply for. There are some, if you're a certain age or you make a certain amount of money, there are things to lower your real estate taxes a little bit. So
Right.
there's a STAR program. There are a couple of things. If you're a veteran, there are certain things that can also lower your payment that way.
Right, and so, well, it says home first down payment, so this pretty much is a first-time homeowners kind of
Right.
program, like, and then, it's not region-specific, or it is region, I think I heard
It's 5
Conrad
boroughs.
say five boroughs,
Yeah.
including, like, say, Nassau, Suffolk, not including those,
Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island,
That's
the
it.
Bronx, and Manhattan.
okay,
Yeah, if we have your information, though, if we have your income, we know what your credit score is, we could also inquire and see if there are other programs that you
Other
might
right.
qualify, yeah,
right, okay,
yeah.
thank you,
And they are, I mean, I think Kamala Harris is talking about adding a credit for buyers. That was around, I think when Obama first got into office, where for about a year or so, they were giving you a $7,500 credit on your return when you filed after you bought. So that was, that's something that could be available next year, but it still has to pass through Congress and everything, so, I mean, but that's something that's on the table. Hold on, let me just,
Hi. Okay, I'm sorry. I am in the business, so I'm a broker, so I'm asking a question for the general audience. Could you explain the timetable that it takes as far as getting the loan, purchasing the house, and completing the closing of the house?
Sure.
And then my second question is, can you kind of give the options of loans, for loans? Like 203Ks and different things
Sure,
that
sure,
that
yeah,
may
yeah.
need,
Yeah,
people may need.
100%.
Okay, thank you.
I would say once you make an offer on a house, the process is probably a 45 to 60-day process. Typically, if you made an offer, it was accepted by the seller, then I would say probably the next step would be to get an attorney, to find an attorney, and to do an inspection on the house, just to make sure for peace of mind. The inspector most times is going to check, make sure there's no mold or anything that's hazardous in the house, gonna check the roof. A lot of times now they'll bring drones. If they can't get up on the roof, it's not a flat roof, they'll take pictures in the drone, which I think is pretty cool. And they'll check the windows, the boiler, and electric, you know, plumbing. They're gonna check all that stuff just to make sure that, you know, the property is a good property for you. Once that's done, usually you sign the contract. I think the counselor's gonna go over some of that stuff, but once you do sign the contract, banks are working relatively fast these days. I mean, if we submit a file, we're getting an approval within 48, 72 hours. And then we have to do an appraisal. We have to check title, make sure that when you move into the house, that everything starts from the day that you close and move in. So I would say 45, 60 days, yeah, 2 months. I mean, if you're applying for down payment assistance or a grant or like I said, a loan, one of the loans that is forgiven over time, you could be in for another 3 weeks. So it could take a little bit longer. But I think as long as the house is in pretty good condition, it could be done pretty fast. So you brought up a 203K. So 203K is a loan that'll give you some money to do the work on the property. You'll need a licensed contractor, you know, somebody that's buttoned up, meaning that they have all the ducks in a row. They have insurance, they have a resume. Insurance is very important because contractors' insurance is expensive, but they got to make sure that everything's insured. So if any work is done on the house, they make sure that nobody gets hurt in the house. That God forbid something like that does happen or something goes wrong, that they're covered insurance-wise, and the bank will give you additional money to do that work, as long as it's done by a licensed person. And that program probably take a little bit longer, but you could basically move in and get money to do a kitchen, bathroom, or repair a roof, or carpet, or, you know, like there are certain things that'll go into it. You can't put like marble throughout the whole house because it might not bring the value up enough to cover that marble, you know what I mean? But, so everything's gotta be done in the parameters of the program, but I can go over all that with you if you have that in mind. And again, that also, depending on what you take, it's gonna increase what your payment's gonna be. But it will be a lot cheaper than a credit card or a second loan or taking money on a personal loan. You're not going to be able to get that kind of interest rate. You know, in the sixes, you know, credit cards start at 15, 20, so that definitely is an option that you could do. And the two main programs are FHA loans and conventional loans. And based on your credit, based on your income, and based on the money that you're putting down, we kind of decipher what we think is the best option for you. But we'll give you more than one option all the time.
VA also.
Yeah, VA, as long as you're a veteran, VA is a great program. But the problem is in New York, I could sit down with 100 people, and I always ask them, are you a veteran? Did you serve? And in New York, I feel like maybe 1 out of 100 or 200 buyers is a veteran, whereas in Georgia, you might run into a ton of veterans. Or, or Carolinas, you'll run into a lot of veterans. But VA is a great program. And the VA, one thing I love about the VA is that they're really tough on the properties. The appraisers are very tough on the properties because they're protecting the veteran. They don't want a veteran to go into a house and him have to worry about all the other stuff that he's got to worry about and all the stuff he's seen or been through, you know, protecting our country. They want him, you know, to go home and be in a safe spot in his house and not have to worry about, you know, the roof or, you know, getting a leak or plumbing or, so that's one of the things that I do like about a VA loan. And the rates are very good on a VA loan. And they should be.
Explain to them about why the down payment is different for the VA, like in terms of there's no down payment.
Okay, so yeah, a veteran doesn't have to put any money down on a house. And they don't pay any mortgage insurance. So the payment's always cheaper, so it's a really good option. Sometimes the seller is not crazy about it because they might have to do a little bit of repairs. But they, usually we're able to work that out. FHA is a government-insured loan. They allow as little as 3.5% down, and the rates are typically lower than the rates that you'll see. So if I was going to say an FHA loan right now, rate would probably be about 5.5. The only thing is that the monthly mortgage insurance on an FHA loan is higher. So sometimes it might not be the best product for you, but it's one of those things that once I see the whole picture, I'll have a better idea what I think your best option is. And I'll give you both options. I'll put it on paper, I'll write it down for you, I'll send you an email, and I'll say, listen, this is what I would do, but here's another option for you if you want to do that option. And the numbers will usually be similar.
Just, sorry to, I'm skipping, sorry, Valorn, now you're gonna go right now. I just wanted to quickly ask, and this might still be accurate now, but maybe to just speak to that a little bit. For someone that is trying to repair or to get their credit score where it's supposed to be, I know that number is usually 620-ish, 630, 640, in that range. Can you speak to that a little bit as to what is a goal, someone that has bad credit? What should they be aiming to get their credit back up to? And maybe some ideas on how to go about repairing that credit.
So credit report, we go by the middle score when we run the person's credit report, all right? And so the middle score, the score where a bank really doesn't want to, is going to give you a hard time is usually 620. Anything below 620 is going to be a more expensive loan. There are some times where we can get somebody's credit score a lot higher. One of the banks we work with, they actually do free credit repair for people. So they do free credit repair for people. So if we run the credit report and we need, we're looking for the score to get higher to get them a little bit better of a deal, a better interest rate or a better credit towards closing costs, we'll run the scenario by them. I'll review the credit. A lot of times, somebody's credit score might be brought down by medical bills, which we could sometimes get removed. But a lot of times, the easiest way to get your credit score higher is to pay down your credit card bills. And your high credit limit goes into what your score is. You could pay your bills all the time, on time each month, but say you have a $2,000 credit limit with Macy's, and you owe $1,950. So the credit companies don't like to see that because they feel like you're not using the credit the way it's meant to be. Like they don't want to see that you're right at that line of being maxed out. So if you can pay down the cards, your score can go up and you'll get a better deal. Credit really only hurts you these days. The old days, I remember, like you had 800 credit score, they gave you a toaster, or they gave you like a microwave or something. It really only hurts you these days. So if you're thinking about like maybe, hey, next year, it's a good time to call me and let me take a look at your credit and say, hey, this is what we got to do to get it better. Let's work on this. Let's try to get some of these collection accounts off. Some of the banks, they don't really care about some of the small collection accounts. Like if you had a problem with AT&T Wireless or something, sometimes they don't really care about it, but it is affecting your score. And just because you pay it off doesn't mean your score is going to get better. So it might not have, but it will over the course of time. But the late payments on the credit and recently can cause the score to go down 100 points. Like if you had a late car payment this month, and late doesn't mean that you're 15, 17, 18 days. It means you're over 30. Right. Once you go over 30 is when they hit your credit score. So if you could avoid that, that's always the way to go. But if you do if you do have some of that stuff, we could try to dispute it. You know, we could come up with an explanation. We could send out some information and say, hey, you know, it was an error, it was a mistake. Sometimes they'll remove stuff. A lot of times they won't. But at least we'll know, hey, if you start doing this right now, I think your credit's going to be good in a couple of months. And then we'll rerun it. We'll take a look at it down the road and try to figure out, you know, what we have to do. Sometimes we could rescore it. I tell you, hey, pay down this credit card. You have the money in the bank. I know you got it because you showed me a bank statement. Pay it down, you know, $600, $700, and your score's going to go higher. So you got to use your credit. You got to use your credit right.
I'm sorry, Lord. I'm sorry, because since we're here, I'm so sorry. I'm done, I promise, because I got to open up the floor for everybody else. But you said something about the way that banks look at the credit score. You're looking at like the FICO score?
FICO score, yeah, FICO
All right,
score.
so you see, I know. But can you maybe break that down a little bit? I don't know if that's important for us to know, but it intrigued me. when you
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that.
So a lot of the different credit companies use models. So I don't always, I don't know, I never refer a credit repair company. You can use them, and if it's not too costly, I mean, it might help you. I might tell you if I look at your credit, maybe you need a credit repair person. But a lot of times, I think it's stuff that you could do on your own. And the only reason I say that is because if you went in, if I give you the credit report that I run for you, and your score is 580, and then you bring it to a credit repair company, and they run it under a different model, or they run it under their models, and come up with a higher score, they might charge you for something that really didn't take them a lot of time to do. And then you come back to me, and I run your credit, and it's back, it's what I told you was originally. It might have went up a point or two. But if they run it under a Credit Karma or something like that, they could say, hey, you know, your score's up 680, you owe me $1,500, and they might not have done, yeah, or I mean, Conrad and I could look at a credit report and say, hey, you got to do this, this, and that, and you might not need the credit. You might not need, you know, if you owe Macy's $2,000, Macy's might take $800 and just say that, you know, and be done. They just want to get back whatever they can get back. You might not have to pay them $2,000, but they'll give you a letter of satisfaction saying that you paid it, and then in a couple of months, it won't affect your score as much. So there are certain things that I could tell you, hey, well, you know, once we start that process, I'll say, hey, this is what I think. I might tell you, hey, you might want to go, if your credit's really bad shape, I might tell you, you know, you could try to do this all on your own, but as long as you're not paying an astronomical amount of money for credit repair, then that might work. And Conrad might even have a guy that's really good. I just think that because there are so many different models, you have to be careful of paying somebody and them running a different type of credit report and your score automatically being higher. Now, you got a question, I know. You've been trying to ask this for a while. Go ahead.
You were talking about interest rates, and so my question was, how beneficial is it for someone to buy down their interest rate?
I don't think it's a great idea to buy down right now, because if rates go down from where they are, you're probably going to refinance, and then the money that you bought down the rate is probably going to be lost. So I don't know if I would typically buy down, because it gets really, it could raise your closing costs very high if you buy down the rate. I'll always give you an option to buy down the interest rate, but right now I don't know. It used to be really it was a tax break, and it's not so much anymore. So I don't know. You know, sometimes it does make sense, but I wouldn't spend a lot of money. It's going to take you six years to get your money back. So I don't know. Sometimes I think it might not be worth it for you to do that. You might want to. If you spent $6,000 and it saved you $50 a month, I think you'd rather almost have that $6,000 to do some kind of, to do something with the house than to, but sometimes it works. If somebody has a real set amount of money that they want to pay each month, then it might work for them. But I don't think it really works like it used to, where it was, you got that money back when you did your returns.
I had a very specific question. I remember you were speaking about a person's income, and I believe with the gross pay rather than net pay. So let's say someone has an income like very good income, but their debt to income ratio is like the debt kind of, in a sense, overshadows what they really can pay if they wanted to. How can a person attain, getting a home or a condominium? Like how can they go about that?
Is a person like, you're talking about like a self-employed person?
Okay, so no, so me, I am employed, but I'm not self-employed.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, when we run the credit report, we'll see what kind of, the banks really only look at the debt that appears on your credit report. So they're not going to look at, like your electric, phone bill. They're not really looking at those things. But again, it's what you could afford. But when I sit down with somebody, or when Conrad invites me into his office and I sit down with somebody, sometimes I might tell them, like, listen, you're paying $650 on a car payment that is almost paid off. I might sometimes tell them, you have to pay that. You have to pay that car loan off. But I mean, on a student loan, sometimes people paying a lot of money on student loans. There are ways to lower the amount of money you pay on student loans based on your income. I mean, we just did a loan for a dentist who was making a lot of money and had a ton of money in student loans, and he was able to lower his monthly payments based on his income. So even a guy that was making a lot of money, he was still able to pay, a smaller amount of money, and we were able to do a loan for him. So I mean, every case is a little different. I really have to see the whole picture, and then I could give you a better idea.
So student loans are there's some more grace there.
A little bit more, yeah, a little bit more, yeah, they are, yeah. And we look at your minimum payment. We don't always, like, if you're paying more, we're not going to look at what, you're paying more. We're looking at what appears on your credit report. And sometimes it's out of whack. I might ask you for, hey, could you get me a statement from American Express, because it's saying that you're paying like this amount of money. It might be less than what you're actually paying. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so I have a question, but I have to walk down so maybe you can understand, and it has to do with credit. Sorry about that, Conrad. All right, so before the pandemic, by myself, working for Rite Aid, I was able to build my credit up to 710, right? Just getting credit cards, building credit. Started with, forgot what I started with. Me and Ken would talk about it all the time, like how important it is to build credit, 710. During the pandemic, a lot of things transpired, even marriage. So my credit went from like 710, 717, dropped down to 450, right? Had a car, everything. And I spoke to some people, my older brother, even pastor, and I decided to, because if the car is not going to bring money or make money, it becomes a liability. So I got rid of the car, but then I got these people to fix my credit. And they removed the car, they removed the other credit cards and everything, and now my credit has jumped now today to a 560.
Okay.
But then I have my mother who owes American Express with a $20,000 limit, and she now put me as an authorized user on it, which now I would jump to her credit score maybe after 30 days, correct? How, the bank-wise, how long would it be, like, say, after a month? Let's say I'd walk in with the money and everything. Do they consider it, like, from the time I'm at 7:30, 7:45, or will they say that I need more time, like more months
Yeah,
at the 7?
they're going to look at what your credit is now. I mean, they're always going to look at what your credit is now. Credit's good for 90 to 120 days, depending on the bank. They'll look at what you have right now, and then based on that, they'll make a decision. They usually have criteria, like you gotta be above 600, 620, 640 for certain things. But I think if you add that account on, that as long as that payment history is good, I mean, that should definitely help your credit. Yeah, if you have no credit, banks really don't like no credit right now. They like you to have some accounts. So even if you have a small account, that'll help you build your credit back up. Like an Amazon account, even, Home Depot, even if your credit limit's $300, as long as you keep that balance to 100, 150, you really don't want to go above half or 60% of what the high balance is, then your credit score will get better. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Any other questions?
I know you mentioned earlier about some of the costs that comes with buying a home. People are familiar with the closing costs and such. What are some of the other costs that, we may not know about, people who are buying home for the first time, that comes with purchasing a home? And the percentage that is expected to pay towards each of these costs?
Yeah, I would say total closing costs in New York is probably going to be around 5% of what you borrow. When you do buy a house, there are some fees that you have to lay out even before you go into contract. So if you hire an inspector, which I always advise you to do, that typically could be a $600 charge. But other than that, I mean, you do always have to put a down payment down. That's typically 5 or 10% or whatever the price is going to be on the house. I'd refer that to the lawyer. She'll have a better idea. But that amount of money. When you meet with a bank, we don't charge any application fees. Some banks do. We don't. The only fee that you will have to eventually pay for out of pocket usually is an appraisal. But that fee is kind of in that 5% that I spoke about. But every bank, anybody you talk to, and especially if you're shopping around and you want to compare banks, you always want to get a loan estimate from a bank or a broker. And it'll detail all your costs, and it'll pretty much have everything on there. And then you can match it up based on rates, based on fees. And most banks charge about $1,000. They charge an underwriting fee. But other than that, I mean, you really shouldn't have to pay points in this market. And you should still be able to get a really good rate. And you should get an option that, hey, we could offer you 5.75. If you really have your heart set on 5.5, and this is what the payment's going to be, then the closing costs are going to be an additional 1%. So now your closing costs might go from 5% to, say, 6%. And it's not all costs. Some of the money is what we call prepaids, which is like setting up an escrow account for you to pay your real estate taxes, your insurance. So it's not all like a one-time cost. There might be money that is just you're paying for the year ahead. So you're paying for homeowners insurance to have fire insurance, any kind of thing that might happen. If a tree, God forbid, a tree landed on a portion of your house, you'd be covered for stuff like that. So it's not all cost.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you guys already spoke about this, because I did come in a little late, but she asked a question that falls in our peer review that just happened this year. Like on August the 17th, brokers across the country now has split fees, where the fees used to be paid by the seller of the house. Now, the fees are being paid by buyers also. And you're not guaranteed, it's not guaranteed all the time that the seller is going to help you pay your fee. So when you are asking what would be an add-on cost for a buyer, it may be your broker's fee or the person who's helping you find that house. You may have a percentage that you have to pay him to do that for you. And that, like I said, that just started this year in August. So that is an additional fee that a buyer may have to take on.
Yeah, so I'd probably leave that up to Conrad to answer or a lawyer, but you can add, there's something called the seller's concession. If you are working with a buyer's agent, someone that's kind of taking care of all that stuff for you, showing you properties that may not be able to be compensated through the deal closing. And that's something, so like if you agreed upon, if you were having a hard time with coming up with a down payment and closing costs, and say the price was $600,000, you could add a certain amount of money on top of that $600,000. Like let's just say 3%, which would be about $620, and then at the closing, they would credit you back to $20,000. That could go towards either closing costs or having to pay a buyer's agent if you have a buyer's agent. And it would just allow you to have a little bit less money out of your pocket that maybe you need to do some kind of work, cement or a bathroom or something like that at the house. That'll give you that. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, did I get everybody's question? All right, I left a bunch of cards. If you think of something later on and you want to email me or you want to call me, you can call. I'm available almost all the time. I don't always answer on Sundays, but I'll get back to you either later on or next day, but I'll try to get back to you. I'm pretty good with getting back to people. I want to thank you guys for letting me come down and talk. I hope I answered your questions. All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you, buddy.
Sir? Appreciate you so much, Marty. Well, I call him Marty. He's Martin, but I call him Marty. Now, one of the things that he talked about, I want to also highlight. No, I do not provide a credit repair person. I'm not a big fan of them, my personal opinion. So what he said is totally accurate, and I'll speak from my experience. I used to have a lot of credit cards prior to my business. I got rid of all my cards, and it says cash, 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 cash. When Cash App came out, when Venmo came out, they were my friends, right? I don't want to owe no man no money. That's me, right? But then I realized that was a bad decision, and it affected me, affected my credit, and I couldn't understand. So after speaking to different lenders over the years, I realized that I need to get back on track. Believe it or not, I did not have a credit card, I'm going to say, prior to the pandemic, maybe 15 years. I didn't have any credit cards. And my wife, she had the cards, so. So we did everything through her credit cards. I didn't do anything. But after the pandemic happened, I realized that I needed credit cards. And so I went and started applying, and, they came or whatever. And then a friend of mine, I wish he was here today, he owns a title company. He will piggyback on what Jakia is going to be talking about, part of the closing. But he called me. We always talk about stuff and how to build ourselves up, right? So he said to me, take care, Marty. Thank you so much. And he basically said to me, have you ever thought about, because I subscribed to Experian to monitor my credit. Then he said, Conrad, put that to the side. You need to look into and I'm going to say this to y'all, myficoscore.com. You pay for it, but what it does, it gives you all three bureaus, right? Not only that, you ever see this commercial? And also, what it does, it gives you your credit to a mortgage, what your mortgage is going to be like, what score you need for your mortgage, what score you're going to need if you want to get a car note, what score you're going to need if you need to get a credit card. And it gives you, so it gives you your general score, it gives you a score for what your mortgage is going to be, is what the bank's requiring, what the auto is requiring if you want to get a car note, and also if you want to get a credit card. So for argument's sake, Delta Airlines have a credit card. So if you want to get a frequent flyer miles kind of credit card kind of thing, Delta offers one, which is just through American Express, I believe it is. And what it does is, You know, you buy your tickets to, you get the card, you buy your tickets, and they give you points and so on and so on. So sometimes when you see people flying first class, it's not necessarily they got first class money. It's just that they use their card for everything, and then they have the points to get first. So don't let them show off on you. They were just smart. They're smart. They just use their credit card and they end up with the first class ticket. But anyway, so Delta has a score limit for when you could get the credit card. So, you know, I think it's like 640 for them to get, for you to get their card, and plus other things. So my FICA, I think it's like $30-some a month, $39. And what it does, it will tell you if you're at that point to apply for a card like that. I'm telling you, it's one of the, when he say you could do these things on your own, you could do it on your own. When I got the My FICO score app, I watched my credit score jump like 100 points because I was just monitoring it. It's on the app, it's on my phone, I check it all the time. Every month it rescores you. And so it will tell you, so here's a trick to it. Here's a trick to it. In the 30-day window, because he figured it out, he had it down to a science, my friend. He said in the 30-day window, use your cards, use it, pay it. But always make sure before the 30 days is coming up that you pay it down to below what the limit is. So if you have a $1,200 credit card and you know, so the first of the month is down to $200, use it. If you know you have the money though, use it. And then so when you know you're approaching the 25th of the month, you pay it down back to the 200. So by the time they rescore you, like, oh, she used the card, boom, and then your score start jump. So that's a trick to it. So yes, I will recommend that to you. I don't like to publicly promote things, but that 1,000% I recommend it. If you have experience, put it to the side. Just go straight to myficoscore.com, and it's a very usable app. So again, do not call me, do not call Kentis and ask us for no credit repair. Do not shoot nobody online asking, do you have a credit repair? No. For those who are doing credit repairs, I love y'all, but I don't think it's beneficial, in my opinion. You could handle these stuff yourself and do it. It just take time. And so that money that you're going to spend, you could put it towards your whatever. Use it for the inspector, use it for the appraiser, use it for whatever. All right, so. Ooh, I'm not a credit card expert, but here's the thing. The debit card is just a cash money. It's just your money coming from your bank. It doesn't do anything with your credit at all. It doesn't affect your credit. It's just strictly a logo that allows you to use your cash money to purchase whatever you want to purchase. A lot of people think it's credit. It's not credit. It's debit card. It's just like a Cash App with a MasterCard or a Visa logo on it. Also, keep in mind, on the segue to something, American Express, I would suggest if you don't have the money, do not mess around with American Express because they want their money. I use them, but I'm just telling you, try to stay with the MasterCard and the Visas of the world. And also, some stores don't take them. So, you know, you want to be mindful of that when you're looking for credit cards. Obviously, credit cards is credit cards. You know, one of the things that, unfortunately, if you have bad credit or your credit is low, you have to suffer through it. They're gonna hit you hard with the interest. They're gonna hit you hard with the annual fees. But you know what? They have apps out there. Technology is wonderful. And anybody hates it, seek Jesus. Technology is great because they have apps out there that will actually tell you which credit cards is the best one that's suited for you, right? What is good for, do you want a card to do frequent flyer miles? Do you want a credit card for, you know, just to whatever? It would tell you which is the best card for you and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. Capital One offers that kind of feature. Chase offers that kind of feature. And it will pick the card that fits for you and it will work, what will work for you. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there. But with no further ado, I want to introduce the grandiose, the greatest of all time, Miss Jakia Gray. She's going to come to you and talking to you about, the process. Someone was asking about that, the process of home sale and, stuff like that. I do want to acknowledge you, Mohammed. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you coming through. All right, here comes Miss Jakia Gray.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I'm not used to holding a microphone, so if I slips away, just let me know. All right, so I have a little PowerPoint just to keep myself in line, but basically I'm just going to talk about, for now, the process of the whole home buying and what we go through, and then I'll touch a little bit on estates and wills, because I know that you guys are all on Instagram and Facebook and everybody's giving you misinformation about wills and trust. So just a little bit we'll touch on. My background, I started out doing foreclosure law, actually. I was working for banks and taking people's homes away back in 2015. And the rare occasion when I would get a phone call from the person whose house was in foreclosure, it was so disheartening to hear and to see the type of contracts that they were signing. They could not afford these loans. I had janitors getting a $700,000 mortgage in Westchester with an ARM, meaning for the first 2 years he was paying $2,000, maybe $1,500, but after those 2 years, then he would be paying principal and interest, and it would jump to almost $5,000. So it was just terrible. I left that firm in 2017 and started my own practice. And I knew I wanted to do real estate. I just had to figure out in what type of capacity where I can help the client. So I started my practice. Basically, I don't see the PowerPoint, but I printed it, so. In the state of New York, I'm gonna talk a little bit about why you need an attorney. In New York, it's required. So if you're buying, if you're selling, you have to have an attorney represent you. But the reason why you need an attorney is because if you're the buyer, the seller's attorney is the one that's going to draft the contract. So of course, he's drafting it in favor of his client, the seller. So it's my job to review the contract, make sure, the contract states what your agent told me that you agreed to, and that they didn't try to hide anything in there or slide anything in there. Most residential contracts are about 5 pages. All the important stuff is at the top. I've had contracts when, to the second to the last page, the last sentence, before you get to the signature page, it states, and that the buyer is going to pay the seller's attorney's fees. Why are you hiding that in the last sentence and thinking that my client's gonna sign this, I'm not gonna catch it? Because all of these contracts are templates. People use the same contract over and over and over again. So a lot of times you're not reviewing the entire, you're just going to the important paragraphs. Paragraph 6, I know it's gonna say how much the deposit is. Paragraph 2, it's gonna talk about, if it's a co-op, if you can have pets. And so a lot of people just kind of skim through. Nobody's ever expecting the last page to say that my client is gonna pay your fees. So things like that is why you need, an attorney to review it and just do their due diligence and make sure that you're signing what you think you're signing up for, right? And then I come with you to your closing and I represent you and I make sure that, again, all the bank documents that you're signing. So I'm gonna talk about, on the next slide, I do residential, I do co-ops, I do condos, I also do commercial, but a lot of my business in co-ops picked up during COVID because I do a lot of Westchester, Bronx, and a lot of people were buying co-ops because they're more affordable than condos. You're not getting actual property with a co-op, you're just getting stocks, right? But people wanted a balcony or a pool or a park area, and in Westchester they have more space, so you could get a co-op for a reasonable price versus a condo. So that's why, but my process doesn't really change much. For residential, I'm making sure that the deed is correct, that title is correct, everything follows. For condos, I'm looking at their financials, making sure that they're not in the red. I'm looking at their bylaws, their house rules, to make sure you can put plants on your balcony if you want them. And then I'm reporting back to you to make sure you still want to buy this property. Co-ops, similar to condos, but I have to look at their proprietary lease, because co-ops are things that the city or the state gave this land for. And so there's usually like this exorbitant 90-year lease or something like that. So before you sign, I have to make sure that lease is not expiring anytime soon. Make sure that their financial health, that they're not in the red. And then your agent really is gonna prepare you for an interview. Since COVID, they do Zoom. Sometimes they don't even interview you at all. They just, once they see your application and you fit all the boxes, they'll approve you. All right, so I'm gonna move on to the next screen, talking about the lender. And he touched on most of the things that are important, but choosing the right lender is so important. I'm gonna give you an example. I have an agent that has been working with my client for 3 years. She never told me who her lender was. All I knew about her was that she wanted a fixer-upper. I haven't done anything with her yet because she had never found a house that she wanted to go under contract for. She found a house 3 weeks ago. She went under contract. She was about to put down the deposit. And she said, Jakia, I don't think Chase is gonna approve me for this house because the electricity's not on. I said, Chase don't give loans for fixer-uppers? Chase does not offer any that type of loan. You have to go outside, like the loan he was talking about, the FHA, those type. For 3 years, you've been looking for a fixer-upper, and you've had this, pre-approval with Chase. But your agent didn't tell, no one told you that you can't go with Chase. Now, she can definitely find another lender if she was dead set on getting that house, but she's more dead set on staying with Chase. Why, I don't know. More dead set on staying with Chase than, looking for. So now she'll stay within the parameters of what their loan offers and what they say she has to purchase. So choosing your lender is important. Asking questions. Whatever questions you have, that's what they're here for, because they want your business. Ask them whatever questions you have. Do your research. Make sure even the smallest thing, like they can send you their documents electronically, is so important. I'm in the Bronx, but I travel. I have clients in Staten Island, I have clients in Brooklyn, I have clients in Carmel. But I'm not going there to have them sign the contract. I have DocuSign. We don't meet until the day of the closing. So when you choose who's gonna work for you, make sure they have the technology for the fees that they're paying so that it can be as convenient for you as it is for them, okay? All right, on the next slide, I'm gonna touch on title insurance. So for those of you that don't know what title insurance is, it's like car insurance, but title insurance is for any future claims that could come against your property. So when you close on a house, the title company is the one that does the title search, the lien search. They're gonna make sure you have clear title. But there's so much fraud nowadays. There's so many things that could happen that they could have missed. So somebody could come knocking on your door 5 years later and say, my brother didn't have the right to sell this property to you. That was not the correct deed, whatever. Title insurance is protecting you to say, okay, if I have to get out of this house, I'm getting back my $500,000 that I paid for it. That's what title insurance does to protect you. There's other things, once you get closer to closing, that you can also purchase where it'll help with the appreciation of the house. So not only would you get back the 500, you would get back the appreciation of the 5 years as well. And that would be an extra premium. And I always explain that to go ahead. About the title? The title insurance and what it protects. So the title insurance is protecting any future claims against the property. And then there's other add-ons that you can add. It's a one-time fee. That's one of the fees you were asking, what other fees would be included in your closing costs. Title insurance would be that fee. For co-ops, it's not a title insurance, it's a lien search. So for a co-op, they're just gonna do a search on the seller, the buyer, and the building. They're gonna make sure that there's no parking tickets, small things. There's no, whatever you could think of, litigation against anyone. All that has to be cleared up before you can purchase. If the building has anything pending against them, they have to clear that up before. That's for co-ops, okay? Same thing for residential too. You can't have parking tickets, you can't have outstanding things like that when they do the search. But we get it in enough time so I can call you and say, all right, go pay those parking tickets. All right. On the next slide, what to expect during closing. So this is why choosing a lender is very important, because most the lenders that I deal with, they have you sign ahead of time. So the closing should not take more than an hour. Realistically, do all of my closings sometimes take more than an hour? Sometimes, because they're old school, so you're signing in triplicate. All your loan documents, the mortgage, the note, everything, making sure that everything is initialed and signed and everything is spelled correctly. And I'm there with you to make sure you're signing exactly what you're supposed to be signing. I have my copies, I have the list of checks, I have everything, you know, that I've sent you ahead of time, so it all balances. That's really the process from start to finish of purchasing the house. Of course, making sure you have a good broker, making sure that your attorney and your broker communicate, and you have a team of people working for you. Your lender, your broker, even the inspector, like I'll refer you to, you know, someone. And because the transparency, I can call Conrad is good for calling you at 8 p.m. and being like, yo, we got to talk about this client real quick. And I'm going to pick up because it's Conrad. If it's some new agent that I don't know, call me on Monday, right? So like, so it's important to have that team. If you trust your broker, trust the attorney that he's referring you to, because he has a relationship with her or him. Same thing, trust that lender that he's referring you to, because he knows, A, that lender may not charge an application fee. A lot of lenders charge application fees. A lot of lenders charge different things. When I'm looking, I've done work for banks as well, and when I'm looking at their fees, sometimes their fees are high. That's why I never give an estimate to a client about what their closing costs are gonna be, because I don't know what the bank is gonna charge. For the same price on one house, I had a woman close, and her closing costs were 38 cents. The same client, I had someone else close, and his closing costs were $4,000. So it just depends. It depends on your package, it depends on who your bank is, it depends on if you're getting a grant. There's all these variables. All right, so we're gonna make this a little bit interactive, because contrary to popular belief, all attorneys do not love to hear themselves speak. You got your house now. You got your title insurance. What's next? You got your house. Got my title insurance. What am I going out to do next? The very next thing. What are you doing? Change your locks. We're gonna change those locks before you move in. All that came with the house. All that's done. All of that is done. All right, we're gonna look into either a will or a trust to protect that asset, okay? So, wills, please stop looking at Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and whatever else out there that's saying everybody needs to get a trust, because everybody does not need to get a trust. First of all, trusts are substantially more expensive than a will. Okay? But in the long run, having a trust would be cheaper down the road because it doesn't have to go through probate, right? Oh, see, all of you guys, y'all could teach this part, right? A will is a contract that you're executing saying, upon my death, this is what I want to happen. And if you have children and you say, if me and my husband die at the same time, this is where I want my child to go, it absolutely has to be in a will. You cannot put that in a trust. So if you have children, you can have a pour over will. You can have, I'm sorry, a pour over trust into the will. You can have both. But if you have children and you want to provide that, you have to have a will, okay? Now, a will go through probate, which means once you pass, that if whoever your executor is in your will then have to go to the court, get the rights to now say whatever it was that was in your will, this is what they want to happen, pay out, everything that's going on. Just for a second, I want to give you an example of a client that I had that their grandmother passed, they didn't have a will. This is the same house that me and Conrad sold together. I don't even think Conrad knows what happened with this house. Yes, his buyer walked away in a great position. My seller, on the other hand, not so much. She was the granddaughter. She had lived with her grandmother in this home. She was the only one that was really taking care of the grandmother. The grandmother died. No will. Family members came out the woodworks. They wanted the house. There was a missing husband. In the state of New York, when you leave your spouse, it's called abandonment. But he didn't abandon that asset. So because it was great for the buyer, because she had so much time, because we had to work out so much stuff with this house, and my client spent so much money. She had an attorney working for her in surrogate's court. She had an attorney before me. I don't know what that attorney was doing, but before me, she had an attorney. Then she had to hire me as her attorney. We had a deal fall through. I don't work for free, so she had to pay for that first deal that fell through. Now we're on our second deal. There was a lot going on. By the time we finally closed and all these bickering family members and, nobody knew what was going on, do you know how much money she walked away from on a $460,000 sale? $3,000. $3,000, and that money's still sitting in my escrow because they took too long. They were fighting about the wrong things. They thought family, when it comes to money, it's just tough, it's just a bad situation. So this is why you have to formalize what you want in a will or in a trust. Not just a trust, maybe not just whatever, it's a case-by-case situation, whatever works for your dynamic. So just a little bit of background. I'm gonna just briefly tell you. There's a revocable trust and there's an irrevocable trust, right? A lot of people are like, oh, I want a trust to protect my whatever. I have a business or I want to. A revocable trust does not protect you from creditors, but it's a good tool to have. What it will do is it'll go into effect as soon as you execute it. And it's private. So let's say you have 3 kids, but you're only leaving something to 2 of them. The 3rd kid may not know until, with a will, you're recording it. It's going on Kings County's website in the clerk's office. So anybody can look at it, read it, make sure that it was done, executed accurately. So those are little differences. A revocable trust is something that I only really refer to more my older clients, because if Medicaid or Medicare ever comes into play, there's a 5-year look back at their finances. And if they've had that trust for more than 5 years, then they don't care about their income. They'll pay for their health care, or if they have to go into a nursing home or things like that. But irrevocable trusts are very hard to change. And it has to be a substantial change in your situation for you to go in and change it. And you're surrendering your assets to whoever you're naming as the grantor. So let's just say your house you're putting into the trust, whoever you're naming as the grantor now, let's say you were getting a tax benefit for the house. The grantor now, really nobody's gonna get that tax benefit anymore because it's all moving into the name of the trust. Okay, so you have to keep those things in mind, and we can, when you're ready and you wanna talk about that, you can call me and we can talk about, you know, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, and move on from there. So the next slide, I think, is common questions. It's kind of tiny, so. I think you guys asked some of these questions already. How long does closing typically take? Most of my contracts are 60 days. It doesn't matter if it's a co-op, a condo, residential. Most of my contracts are written for 60 days. It'll say on or about 60 days. I usually don't even give the date of what the 60-day mark is, because on or about means we could close 30 days before or we could close 30 days after without any penalty to the buyer or the seller, okay? The banks usually get their ducks in a row anytime between 15 to 30 days. So we're not really waiting long. The ones that take longer is if there's a FHA, a grant program, something like that, that could take a little bit longer, which is why I always say 60, so I have that extra 30 wiggle room. We already talked about that. You guys asked about closing costs, typically how much? I say 2 to 6%. 2% meaning somebody that got a grant, somebody that may have mostly a grant or one of those loans or something like that, 2% range. 5 to 6% is the normal average, what you're gonna be paying in closing costs. The only additional fees that come up with closing costs is my fee, title insurance, inspection, appraisals. I can't think of anything extra. And okay, so the brokered law that changed. This is the last thing I'm gonna touch on before I ask for questions. In August, it used to be, if you went to buy a house, the seller had already negotiated with the broker what they were gonna pay as their commission, anywhere from 6% down. And then that seller, when he listed the house or when he had the conversation with the buyer's broker, would say, I'm giving you 2%, I'm keeping 4%. Or we're gonna split it even, 3%, you can have 3%. And that's how it's always been for ever. Recently, there was a big lawsuit and class action suit and all these things going on, so they changed the laws. So now brokers are negotiating, buyers' brokers are negotiating with their buyer to say, will you give me 2%, 3% if the seller's agent is not willing to give me a percentage, or the seller's agent is only gonna give me 1%. Will you make up the difference and give me 2% to make me whole, or something along those lines? And then you'll sign a contract with your agent saying, all right, I'm gonna give them 2% at closing as a part of, that's the additional closing cost that you could possibly run into. All right, that's my spiel. Ask whatever questions you have. In the back.
What would you say is like the typical cost? Like, say, for example, buying a residential single-family home for someone in your position. Like, what would you usually charge someone looking for a home?
So my fee doesn't change. If I'm representing a seller, I charge $2,500. Flat fee, you don't pay me until closing. If I'm representing a buyer, I charge $2,000. I charge the buyers less because the sellers tend to have issues sometimes. It could be violations, and they never divulge this up front. And then I have to run around and hire an expediter or hire someone else to take care of these issues, especially these brownstones in Brooklyn. They don't have electric. The cousin went in and rewired the whole 4 floors, and nobody got a permit, Nassau, there was so much flood damage. We bought a house, I represented the buyer, so much flood damage that Nassau had their inspectors driving around noting that houses had flood damage, but they had never applied for permits. So when I went to retrieve the certificate of occupancy, there's like a big red flag on it saying, well, you need to clear this up. So that's why I charge more for sellers. Yes, there are cheaper attorneys out there, but they're not gonna give you the type of service that I'm gonna give you. You can't text some of these attorneys. Like if you Google an attorney in the Bronx, it says that they start at $700. They start at $700, but they don't pick up their phone. They're in Bronx, Nassau, Staten Island, Brooklyn. They're in all these places. Nobody's starting at $700 to represent you. But that's so if there's other layers of things, like if you need a power of attorney, then there's additional fees. But those are what my flat fees are. Like there's no guessing, there's no, you know what you're gonna get. Sure.
Make sure you get a real estate attorney. Not all attorneys are real
Oh,
estate attorneys.
please preach.
Okay, please. But they'll take your money,
Right.
okay?
Right.
Make sure that they have real estate experience.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that because I've been running into that since COVID. The courts were closed, so litigation attorneys had to figure out another way to make their money. So they started doing real estate because everybody was buying with these 2%, and you only had to have a 600 credit score to get 2.5%. So I'm literally doing the work for the other attorney because he divulged to me. I had a deal with one of your colleagues, Greg. He divulged to me, he said, Jakia, I'm a bankruptcy attorney. I haven't done a closing in 20 years. I said, I could tell. I said, next time, send me your clients. Because I was up doing his checklist the night before the closing. And he's getting paid for it. These attorneys, but you want your deal to close and you're gonna do what you have to do for your client. You're not getting anything extra, you're not getting a tip. But yes, a lot of attorneys out here now, recently, are doing everything. I'm trying to schedule a closing and, oh, well, my attorney's in court. Why is he in court? He's a real estate attorney. Why is he? Because he's not. He's a litigation attorney who's taking real estate on the side. Now, I understand collateral consequences, and I understand. I get a lot of clients who have estate issues or just lost a parent, and that carries over to surrogate's court. And yes, I will represent you if it's the right type of situation. But I'm not, that's not my bread and butter. I'm a real estate attorney. So you should ask. You should ask questions like, are you a real estate attorney? Is there anything else you do besides real estate? Like, go look at their website, see what they're talking about. Do you have DocuSign? Do I have to come to your office to sign everything? Where are you located? You know, things like that are important. But that was a great, great statement. Thank you.
No, you go ahead. Is it gonna, you sure? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just a quick question. Title insurance, well, you know what, since we were just where we were at, isn't that illegal to, okay, if a lawyer does not have expertise or specialization in a particular?
No, you
It's
don't
not?
have to. When
Okay.
you go to law school, there's no specialized teaching. They
Oh.
teach you all law. And then at your last year of law school, you can kind of take
Very
electives.
similar to like medical school.
So a lot of this work, and like I was telling you how they could hide something in the contract, is because a lot of this is New York State bar templates. So you're just filling in your templates, or you're creating your own document once you see a template. So it's not illegal. It's just harmful to their
It's
clients.
harmful, right.
Yeah.
And the client should do their due diligence of obviously doing the
Right.
research and making
Right.
sure they ask the right questions.
And with this particular situation, it wasn't totally his fault. He was representing the client in bankruptcy court, and they had a co-op that was, or a condo that was about to go into foreclosure. So he had to act fast, but he didn't know what he's doing.
Right, so it was like wrapped into the
Right.
situation. Okay.
Right.
My main question was gonna be back on to the title the title insurance. Now, is that something that is more recent, or that they've,
Title insurance?
that they're, like, people are now, like, I guess the way you kind of like put it into your presentation, it really sent a message to me that this is something that you're kind of like emphasizing to people, that we are seeing a increase in these types of situations.
And
So
fraud.
you should, yeah.
So title insurance is not required, but it's suggested. And I rarely represent someone who does not want to take out title insurance, because it's just not advisable. And I can't fully represent you when I feel like you're doing something that's detrimental to your purchase. So yes, the fraud, I took a class recently on fraud, and then Kentis sent me a client to verify the fraud. I mean, this grandfather died, I want to say, in 2016. They went and transferred the deed 3 years after he died. I mean, you know, you can't make this up. Like, you didn't want to transfer the deed while he was still alive? Because he was the one that needed to sign the deed, and they forged his signature. So then they tried to, like, now take over the house, you know, be the ones to sell the house. It happens a lot. And what's happening now, I don't know if this is recent, Conrad could probably speak to that. A lot of investors are just cold calling. If they know that people are dying, that the person was of a certain age, they're just calling these houses, oh, we'll buy your house, offering right over the phone. We'll buy your tenants, no tenants, we don't care. We'll buy, you know, I have a client now who, she's in a bad situation. Her family members weren't paying the mortgage for 3 years. She didn't even know. She moved to Georgia. She left her daughter and her sister in the house. They haven't been paying the mortgage. She went to buy a new car, and they were like, you can't buy a new car. Your credit is terrible. You haven't paid your mortgage in 6 months. And she didn't know. So now she's selling the house up from under them because this investor is willing to take the house with the tenants in it, which is great. But the house is worth like $499. Guess how much they're giving her? $299. That's terrible. But she's stuck. And she doesn't want to evict. She doesn't want to be the one to evict her family. So she's going to take what she can get. Yeah, exactly.
Last thing. That's really, this is very informative. I think I have to reserve some of my questions, though, for the section on the will versus like the trust.
Okay.
And I think that there's some powerful information that you were given there, because I know that, especially with, you know, our demographic,
Right.
I'm gonna just leave it like that. We don't like talking about death or leaving here or transitioning or life after. And I think that it's very irresponsible, especially if you like, say, speaking from a position as a husband, a father, as a man, it's irresponsible to not leave your family secured and with things like clearly, you know, like placed and or stated. And that goes for, you know, whether you're head of household, whether you're male or female. But I do want, if you can add maybe even more to the importance of having a will, and I guess, what would you say are the benefits, will versus trust, and if you think it's beneficial to have both?
Okay. So the will specify how your assets should be distributed upon your death. So it doesn't come into play until you pass away, right? And in that will, you can put, I want my house to, within reason, because if you're married in the state of New York, your wife is already getting 50% of your assets, right? If you have a child, then it goes down to your child as well. But you can write your child out of the will, right? So that's if you died without a will. If you die with a will, you can't write your spouse out the will, but you can determine where you want the rest of your assets to go, okay? That's what a will does for you. However, when you die, it has to go to court. And ultimately, a judge is going to rule on everything that you wrote in that will, right? It just depends on how you purchase the property. So if you purchase the property when you were married, then it's marital assets. If you purchase the property prior to marriage, then it's yours. You don't have to stipulate anything. But if you die without a will and you don't stipulate anything, then the state is going to divide. The first 50% goes to the wife. Let's say you had $200,000, just to make it easy. The wife gets the first 100, and then you had one kid. You guys are going to split that second 100 50-50 minus any debt that had to be paid off. That's when you die with nothing, no will. Yeah, so husband, wife, it doesn't matter if it's the wife or the husband. There's no differentiation between wife or husband dying first. The law is for spouse. It doesn't matter who dies first. It only matters if you were married when you obtained that asset. Does that make sense? So if the wife dies first, the husband gets the first 50%. If the husband dies first, the wife gets the first 50%. It doesn't matter if it's the wife or the husband. If they die together, it goes to the kids, straight down. Okay? So now, that's a will, okay? And like I said, if you have children, you can only not provide for the children, but stipulate in the will who you want your child to be taken care of by. You can't do that in a trust, okay? So, and it takes effect upon death. You control the will, it's executed, you have witnesses, it gets recorded in the clerk's office. All right, it goes through probate, they have to get an attorney, they pay whatever fees it is, depending on the size of the estate. Now with a trust, you're basically stipulating in the trust, and trusts aren't for everybody, because if you don't own a home and you don't have any kids, you can put beneficiaries on all your accounts and be done with it. If you have a 401k, if you have a retirement plan, and you have just make your wife the beneficiary to everything. And you're good. But if you have a home and you have other assets that could possibly get lost, then you should memorialize them and say what you want to do with them. Or if there's a situation where somebody can become incapacitated and you can no longer speak for yourself, you want to designate who that person is that you want to handle your business, okay? So it's the same thing. It's a contract. You're stipulating what you want in this contract, what you want done with your house, but it's active as soon as you execute it and it's recorded. It's not public knowledge. You keep a copy, your attorney keeps a copy, and it can be spread out over time. If you have a child that's only 5 years old, you can say when they turn 20, I want them to get $50,000. When they get 30, I want them to have $100,000. They can't get the remainder of it until they graduate from college. Whatever, you can put as many stipulations in the trust as you want, and you can go back and change it. You're still naming someone as a trustee, but while you're alive, you control it. So like the whole Star Credit property tax type of situation. You could put your house in the trust. You're not going to lose that credit now because you're still controlling it. You're still paying the mortgage. You still get that credit. As soon as you put it into an irrevocable trust, things start to change a bit. Okay? Did I answer your question? Yes. Okay. Is there any other questions? Go ahead.
The question was, how long after somebody passes away can a will be worked out if handled unjustly?
What do you mean by unjustly?
The will wasn't executed the way it was supposed to, like legally.
If it wasn't executed legally, it's not going anywhere, and they're going to treat it as if he died without a will. Somebody has to prove that it was, you know what I mean? You can get a will thrown out, but somebody has to be the one first. There has to be someone that's bringing it to court to even say that we want this will, we want this estate to be probated first. They're gonna, check the will for authenticity. They're gonna make sure there was 2 witnesses. They're gonna make sure that the person was in their right mind when they signed it, that they weren't under duress. They're gonna go through all the list of things. And if they find that for any reason the will wasn't executed properly, then they're gonna throw it out and they're gonna treat it as if he died intestate without a will. Don't apologize, it's your church.
I love this. I love this. I have a question that's kind of like derived from what he just asked. Okay, person passes away.
Okay.
Spouse passes away. They had a will that was legally, it went through all the right processes, and it was an official, legally done will. But then, say the spouse that is still alive, that the person left, decides to wanting to make decisions that the will itself did not necessarily authorize. Like, in other words, that they're making decisions, even though they get 50, right, but just by law, but the will said some other things that were different than the 50%.
So that 50% is if they die without a will.
Right.
In my will, I can say, I don't want my kids to get anything, and I want my wife to get everything. You can put whatever you want
Right.
in your will, but it has to be in that will, and it has to be executed properly. So that first 50%, and then the way it goes down to the next heirs, that's only if you die without a will.
Right.
If you have a will in place, you can stipulate. What you can't do is say, if we bought this property together, that my wife gets nothing. That you can't do that.
You can't do that.
Okay, so example, you know how a lot of people are now putting their children on their deed?
Right.
Okay, we had this conversation. If you are married and you want to put your son on the deed, and let's say you and the husband are no longer together, or whatever the situation is, if the deed read when you purchased the house that you guys bought that house as husband and wife, then you can't take away the husband's portion now because you're adding your kid. Your kid is just going to get the portion that, I'm sorry, if it was tenants in common, then the kid is just going to get your portion. It goes down to you. But the husband, when you pass, is still going to get his 50%. So in the will, you can provide for whoever you want. You can not provide for whoever you want. That marital status portion comes into play when you've purchased property together and the spouse survived you. You can't write them out of what they're due. That's what you can't do. But you can stipulate everything else you want to in the will.
Right. Would the kids have a case if, would they have a legal case if, and this is based on the same scenario, if the will said they should get a certain percentage, but then the spouse, for whatever reason, no, this is what I want to do. Do the kids have a case in law? Like, could they get a lawyer to say, wait, certain things in the will is not being?
They have to go by the will, right? And the judge is going to set clear boundaries. Where I had a case where the grandfather left a house to his 2 grandchildren. The daughter lived upstairs, the son lived downstairs. It's 50-50 when you leave it like that. But he wrote in the will, oh, I'm leaving 25% of the house to and 75%. Nobody's separating it out like that. So his will wasn't as clear, but the law then steps in and says, no, you guys own this house 50-50. Because the argument was the brother felt like he shouldn't have to help pay the property taxes since he only was left 25% of the house. He should only be paying 25% of the cost. But that's not realistic. So yes, there are parameters where if the will goes against the law, then the law will kick in. But for the majority of it, we're going to stick to what the person asked to be done. Okay? While you're passing the mic, what's your question?
She has a mic. Go ahead.
So I wanted to touch on more on the topic of, like, I know we're talking about owning and buying a home and etc. But I wanted to touch on what if you wanted to build your own home, like that process.
So under new construction, or you want to buy the plot and
Buy
build
the-
it?
yeah,
You want to buy,
yeah.
so you would just be buying, I've represented people that just bought a lot in Brooklyn. And you just have to make sure, I have to make sure it's zoned for what it is that you want to build. And you would purchase the lot, and then you, after you purchase the lot, you get all your permits and everybody lined up and your loans and whatever else you need to build your home.
What are some of the things you would say to look out for when you're buying a lot?
You just have to make sure the boundary lines are what they say they are. There's a lot of encroaching on properties, especially in Brooklyn, because they build in such tight spaces. And that comes when you order a survey and when you do your inspection and you have everybody come in and look at the property. Make sure that a house can even be built on that lot, you know? Building something from the ground up it's a feat. But it's not, it's not undoable. But there's also a lot of new construction in Jersey. So, so I've represented people who are building, they're building a new they purchased, that plot in Jersey, and in December it should be built, and they go back and they pick their fixtures. So you're not completely out there by yourself building it from scratch, hiring the contractors, getting the permits. That can be a little daunting if you don't know the business.
My last question. Whether you're owning a home, like buying a home and wanting to do repairs on it, and or if you wanted to build a house, like, do you have any recommendations on like contractors, like people who build the homes? Like, those companies? Yeah, because I've heard a lot of things when it comes to that nature, that it can get a little hectic, and
Right.
people say they do things and they don't do
And they
things,
don't,
and then
right.
there's these fees, and there's
Yeah.
so many other things. So
Unfortunately, I do not have any recommendations for contractors. Your brokers may. I don't deal with a lot of contractors. But yes, keep researching. And if that's the route you're going to go, even after somebody refers you, do your due diligence to make sure that that person has every insurance, and see what they've done and make sure you stay on top of them.
Okay. You mentioned the irrevocable trust. And when I spoke to you earlier on this morning, you were telling me that people who are elderly,
More mature.
if they become ill and they need to pay for whatever it is, if they're getting Medicaid,
Medicaid.
then they're going to look into whatever they have. However, you mentioned that the irrevocable trust,
Right.
if they have something there, nobody can touch that.
As long as it's been 5 years. There's a 5-year look back. So let's say you started that irrevocable trust today, and 5.5 years from now, you have to go into a medical facility and you apply for Medicaid to cover the price of that. They're not going to go in to see what's in your trust. They're only going to look on the outside of that trust. Does that make sense? So even if you have whatever, $300,000, $400,000 in the trust, they're not going to force you to spend that first before they'll cover you. And that's a lot of the reason there's called a Medicaid trust, and that's one of the reasons why people do that type of trust.
So what are some of the things you can put in their irrevocable trust?
Everything that you could put in a revocable trust. You can put your home there, you can put your assets, your CDs, the same thing. It's just make sure you're not going to want to change it anytime soon, because it's protected from creditors, it's not as easy to change. somebody has to like die, a beneficiary, it has to be a substantial change in the situation for you to be able to go back and change an irrevocable trust.
So, let's say I'm in a debt and I have an irrevocable trust. Now, I need some money. I need something from that trust. If I go in the trust and I take some money out of it, is it still irrevocable after I take the money out, or do I have to make a new trust?
You're gonna, the trust will change because the amounts and the items are a little bit different, but that could, you know, be a extenuating circumstance where you need the money. So you have to either dissolve it or figure out a way to work around it, but that's a more complex question that we can discuss if that ever comes up. My pleasure. Any other questions? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Back to the first homeowner, the question that I have is, do you recommend a first-time home buyer to buy a single family or a multiple family? I know a lot of times people tend to say your first home should be an investment. So they would say the two-family, home would be the best thing to purchase where you can have tenants. But what if you don't want tenants? What do you recommend?
I don't recommend what people should purchase. By the time I get you as a client, you've already dealt with Kentis, Conrad. I'm just making sure you can afford what you say. When I see those loan documents, that's the right amount. I'm making sure nobody's trying to get over on you, but it's a case-by-case basis. You have to purchase, like that lender was saying, people are so worried about the interest rates. People are worried about the price went up on this house. It was $100,000, now it's $400,000. When my client comes to me, I say, look at your monthly payment. If you can afford that monthly payment, and look at your property taxes, because we went to look at a house in Westchester. The house was affordable. The property taxes weren't. They were $22,000. And they're going to continue to go up as the house improves, as the neighborhood improves. So don't look at how many bedrooms, or if it's a two-family, or if it's a one. Look at what you can afford comfortably.
Hi, I have a question about, sorry, I didn't mean to start you. I have a question about a will. I have a situation. My grandmother on my father's side owns 2 houses. And my grandmother passed, but while she was sickly, one of her daughters had her rewrite something within the will, stating that when she passes, she is now head of everything. And she kind of put it in like a way where she was owner, but then she passed it on to her son even before my grandmother had passed. It's very interesting. I can't remember the names, but I brought it to Kentis' attention. And as soon as she passed, a couple of months, maybe 2 months later, she died in September. By January, she called me and sent a letter that said that she's selling one of the houses and she would get $5,000. And then up front, but then the next 6, my father had passed before, but the next 6 who are next in line will have to share another $5,000 or whatever the money would be, or $4,000. But she wrote herself in it again, but she doesn't realize that she had another will. The grandmother called when she realized what was going on, called my oldest aunt, her oldest daughter, and made a will because she realized some craziness was going on with that. Then they wrote me out of it because my father died, and when they wrote the new one, they put me under another aunt as one of the sons, or so-called daughter. So they made a mistake and said I was a daughter, and then that aunt died. So now everything has to go through the older daughter, because then that aunt that died didn't tell her what was going on with everything. So
Are you guys in probate right now?
I don't even know.
It sounds like what she added on to the will is called a codicil. That's when you can add in different things. New York State doesn't like codicils because it's hard to prove at the time that what they intended in the original will is what they wanted with this codicil. If it's fraud, it'll come out once probate starts, because if you are a beneficiary of any of those wills, they're going to have to reach out to you eventually to have you sign a letter to state that you don't mind, which I'm sure this cousin is going to apply for, to be her being the executor of the estate. And when that happens, that's when you show up to court and say, I want this will to be tested to see if it was executed under duress or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
All right?
Any other question? Peter?
I'll get this technology thing eventually, right? So I don't know if we can pivot back to hiring the real estate attorney. I'm wondering if you could tell me what specific questions you should never ask your real estate agent and you should only ask your attorney.
The only thing I ask my agents not to tell the client when they refer me is my fee. And the reason I ask that is because I have this whole little spiel about congratulations and we're gonna work so well together. And then I throw in the fee at the end and be like, but that's coming out of your closing costs, so you don't have to worry about it till closing. And the agent's just not gonna come across the way I'm gonna come across. But I don't think there's anything that you shouldn't divulge. We're working together as a team, right? So I need him to know what I know. I cannot count how many times that somebody told the agent one thing, told me another thing, the truth didn't come out to the closing table. Like, you shouldn't hide anything from your agent, and you definitely shouldn't hide anything from your attorney. But I'm always the last to find out stuff sometimes. And I'm always the one to have my price negotiated. I'm like, I'm looking out for your best interest, but it's just the name of the game. But no, I can't think of a scenario where you would divulge something to your agent and not divulge it to me. What I do suggest is don't go to these open houses and take any suggestions from the person that's having the open house on what attorney to use or what agent to use, or go rogue and don't use a buyer's attorney because you don't want to pay a fee. Please don't do that. Because if you come to me and you say you don't have a buyer's attorney, the first thing I'm going to do is suggest that you get one. And then I'm going to explain to you the things that I don't do and why you need a buyer's attorney and how it would save you so much in the long run to pay that 2% or 2.5% or 3%. I'm saying it wrong. I'm saying attorney. See, I got attorney on my buyer's broker. Why it would make sense for you to have a buyer's broker. Because especially if you're getting a co-op, there's a whole application you have to fill out that Jakia does not help with. It's long, it's tedious, and they're scripted. They know what to put in and what not to put in and things like that. So be transparent. As long as you trust your broker and you trust your attorney, you shouldn't feel like you can't tell them exactly what your situation is, because we're going to find out, especially when we see the loan documents. Thank you guys for having me.
Do you have any like business cards at the table? Oh, great.
All the business cards
Are at the table? I'm gonna be grabbing one. I have a question that was texted. Someone texted me a question that's watching virtually,
Okay.
and I thought it was probably better suited for. Yeah. So, if a person is self-employed, if they're self-employed and they want to buy a house, what would that look like? And what are they looking for in like terms of income? Which is it's a pretty broad spectrum, but I think that they
Okay.
probably will get in contact.
Well, I'm going to speak to, Kent is going to talk about that more later on. But for me, I am self-employed, so I could tell you how I do my thing. So, so quickly, when I was an agent, before I became a broker, I was working 9-to-5 job and being a realtor at the same time. So it was my income really didn't matter so much as an agent. Being I was not fully self-employed. I was still W-2. So my income, if I'm doing anything, my income, my wife's income from the W-2 is what we would primarily use. When I stopped working, and in 2015, and became a full-time broker when I moved to East New York, things changed. So then when I realized that, okay, so I can't write off a lot of stuff, because if I'm looking to purchase a house, I'm looking to do this and do that, or show what my income is, I had to now legitimately do my accounting where that it shows what my salary is. So if, like, so I was looking to purchase a property. So I went to the loan officer. He said, Conrad, you would need to, because my wife had, she won't kill me, but she had, I was the sole person, basically. And so he told me, you need X amount of dollars to show on the tax return for the next 2 years in order for you to do whatever. And it has to be consistent. So I had to do it. But on the back end of it, because these people, while they are self-employed, they tried to write off so much stuff because they don't want to pay Uncle Sam no tax. But if you decide to purchase something, you have to show income, and which means you're going to pay taxes, right? My tax bill is ridiculous, right? But in the long run, I can show a history for the last 4 or 5 years. This is what I'm making, right? Versus like the guy I told you that came with the scandal bag, he had 2 restaurants and showed that he was making $20,000 a year. Really? You got 2 productive, good running restaurants and you make only $20,000 a year? So he couldn't buy the building. That's why we had to go to thank God the lady was willing to do a seller finance. What is that real quick? A seller finance is the owner owns the building outright, right? Pretty much outright, and she becomes the bank. So she would say, I will lend you the money for the sale of the home. So in his case, she was asking $1.1 million for this mixed-use building. He was never going to get a mortgage for that, right? So I created the situation. This is through the pandemic. I created a situation. I said, listen, I went to the owner. She wasn't familiar with that because she was the old lady, and she didn't understand that stuff. So I went to her and said, listen, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to give him a loan for 5 years, right, for $900 and something thousand. She's like, oh, my God, you selling my house? I said, no, 900 and change. But we're going to give him a 5%, I think it was 5.5 interest rate. So by the time the 5 years was up, she was not only making $1.1 million that she got, she was making like $1.3 million when the whole loan was over with the interest. So immediately she signed the paperwork. And she, so he only had to come up with a down payment of $900 for the 900 and change. Other than that, he would have never be able to get that property. So Kent is going to talk about that after the inspector come up, Mr. Green. But you have to start working if you're self-employed. If you are a 1099 self-employed person, you need to start working on your salary, not just your credit, but your salary, because that determines can you afford this place and stuff like that.
Thank you so much for that already. Is there, because you said X amount, is there a ballpark figure that you could give, or is it so variable that it's hard to?
No, it's based on what you're looking to purchase. So hypothetically, if I'm in Brooklyn and I want to buy, let me take Brooklyn out. Say I'm going to, because I'm gonna jump on the Jakia bandwagon. So I went to Dix Hills. This is where we wanted to move before we went to Georgia. And Dix Hills was like, oh, you could buy this house for $500,000. This is before the pandemic, $500,000, and the taxes was $15,000, right? So we're like, oh, pandemic hit. I said, no, let's just let it sit in the back burner. The house is not going nowhere because nobody moved to Dix Hills. Conrad was wrong. Pandemic changed everything. Everybody was running to Long Island or out of state. And so that same house went up to $800,000, and the taxes jumped to $22,000, right? And so we had to bail from that. But if I were looking to purchase that property, even at that number, I would have to show income that could not only cover the $800,000, but my payments with the $22,000 to yearly tax. And so that's what it really comes down to. What is your purchase power, right? And once you find out once you have your numbers organized in terms of the house that you want, you're going to determine your purchase power from the bank. The bank is going to give you your purchase power, how much you can really afford, and what you can buy, what you cannot buy. So to answer her, she said something about the young lady here talking about what type of house to purchase. Listen, stop, not you, but people, stop watching these HGTVs and this stuff. Like, you need investment, probably need investment. No, you get what you can manage. When a person comes to me and say, I want to get a loan, I want to get a house, and I want to get a mortgage, what is a good number for this? When they come to my open house, how much my monthly payment going to be? I tell people, go get pre-approved, not for the purchase of the home. The house is $800,000. You want to find out from that lender what, as Jakia said, what is my monthly payment? I always tell people, get pre-approved based on your monthly payment, not what the house price is. Because if you go to Marty and say, Marty, I really don't want to pass $3,000 a month. That is my budget. He's gonna do the reverse and calculate what $3,000 is to the purchase price. So he's going to say $3,000 based on so whatever the down payment and all that stuff will give you a purchase power price of $650, but you just saw a house for $850 that you love so much. So he said, well, Marty, the house I want is $850. Oh, well, you're not going to be paying $3,000, or you're going to put down a lot more money to keep it at $3,000. So you really want to know what your payment. You know the old saying, don't hang your hat too far that you can't reach. People do do that regularly and end up going into foreclosure. The one other thing I would tell you that you do not allow people to talk you into is tell you to buy a multifamily home for $1 million, right? And the tenant is going to help you pay the rent and pay rent, going to pay this. Tenants are not supposed to be paying your mortgage. I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. Tenants are not supposed to be helping you pay your mortgage. You are supposed to be paying your mortgage, because what if the tenants lose their job? The bank is not coming and say, "What? I'm collecting rent." You know what the bank is going to do when you go to foreclosure? They're going to tell your tenant that you're not paying your mortgage. And so they don't have to pay any rent going forward. So now you're really in a pickle. So you have to make sure that you or your spouse is capable to pay your monthly mortgage on your own. I tell people, when you get into multifamily homes, it is a business. It's a business, and you have to treat it as a business. What that means, so you go there knowing that you have to pay your payments monthly, but at the end of the day, your tenant is reimbursing you what you pay. Right? And you and your tenants, tell landlord this all the time, are not buddies, not friends. They're not your compadres. Even if they're family members, it's a business. I love you, sis, but you still got to pay my $2,000. I'm going to take you to court and kick you out. I have no problem taking nobody to court. You understand what I'm saying? So, because at the end of the day, what it's called? Business. It's a business. It's just business. You understand? I love you, but it's business. Because you signed an agreement with me saying that you're going to pay me. And what is that agreement? It's the monthly lease. And for anybody who's looking to rent and whatever, do not get into a rental without having a lease signed. If your lease is up, pressure your landlord to get the lease signed again. You're supposed to get your lease up renewal every 3 months before the one expires. Right? Every 3 months, I tell landlords, you need to give your tenant a lease renewal 3 months before the original one expires. Why 3 months? Because it allows the tenant, if you're going to increase the rent, it allows the tenant to make a decision do I want to pay this extra $400 or $200, or should it gives me, or I say, you know what, I'm not going to sign it. It gives me 3 months to find somewhere else to go. Do you understand? And it works out for both parties. Lease is not for just a landlord, it's for you. It protects you. And if you are on a month-to-month lease, and I'm going into tenant landlord, I shouldn't be going in there because that's not what it's about. But if you go into, if you're not in a lease and you're looking to purchase, let me give you a better example. You're in, this has happened more times than ever. You're buying a house and your lease is expiring. So you're trying to calculate, okay, my lease is going to up in December. If I buy the house in September, it's 60 days or so before I could move. So I'm not going to renew my lease for December, right? But things happen. So say things happen where, boom, December comes, the house you're purchasing, something happens for whatever reason. The tenant that was in there didn't move out in time. They're having problems. So now it's going past the 60 days. It's going past. Now you, the buyer, has become now a month-to-month tenant with your landlord, right? And so now you scraping your money to buy this house. Now you got to figure out should I still pay my rent going forward? So it becomes a problem. So you have to really make sure that you have a discussion with your landlord. Some people don't want to tell their landlord they're buying a house. Why wouldn't you tell them or her that you're purchasing a house? Oh, I don't want them to know I'm buying a house. That is silly, because if you tell your landlord that you're purchasing a property, it makes the transition, to me, goes smoother, because the landlord can now know, you know, this person's going to be out of my house in the next 2 months or 3 months, and I need to start looking for a new tenant. You spring this on the landlord at the last minute, and, you know, he's going to deal with it, or she's going to deal with it. But at the end of the day, it could involve you breaking the lease. And some landlord, if you're not nice to them, they will hold you to the remaining of the lease, because it's a contract. So if you wanted to get out 7 months in, and you have 4, what is that? I'm doing my math. 5 months left? 5 months left, and you're ready to close on your property. You say, oh, no, I'm gonna tell my landlord I'm moving. Oh, he's gonna tell you, where's the rest of my money? Give me 5 months. You signed a 1-year lease. You didn't tell me you're buying a house. You didn't tell me before you moved in you were buying a house. Tell people up front, landlord, I was purchasing a property before, the deal fell out, so I have to force to rent for now. It's going to take me, I want to stay here for a year, but it's a possibility that I'm going to find a house in that time. Is that okay with you? The landlord sometimes said, no, I want somebody who's going to be long-term, so this apartment is not for you. Or they could say, you know what? Yeah, just stay and work it out. I like you, whatever the case may be. So you want to make sure that you communicate with people, because at the end of the day, a lot of these things have downward spiral, bad vibes, basically. And you could keep going down a rabbit hole, and it becomes a problem down the road. So invest, whatever property you want to choose, you let the bank tell you how much money you're qualified for. And whatever you're qualified for, that's what you go look for. And people don't like condos. Oh, I don't want condos because I want to have my barbecue in the backyard, and I want to do this, I want to do that. Listen, get the condo, start right there, work your way down, up. Everybody want to hit the ball out of the park. Everybody want to have the big house and this. Get the condominium, if that's what you can afford, and work your way up. Watch the trick to the condominium. Once you get the condominium and you live there, you start to build up your credit, and you start, you know, you never know, you got a promotion in your job, you're making more money, and this stuff coming in, and the condo is working well. You were single, now you're married, and you have the condo. Guess what? That condo now can become an investment property, because you could now move out of the condo, buy a house with your husband, right? And, you know, there's more to it. If he doesn't own a property, now you could use, and he's making a lot of money, now he becomes the first-time buyer. You could use him and buy another house, turn the condo into an investment property, rent it out, and, you know, and keep it moving. You got to build wealth from the ground up. You can't just start from the top and, you know, unless you have that money like that. I suggest that you start whatever the bank is giving you, work with that number, right? If you can find a one-family house for that price, buy it. If you can't, go buy the condo, buy the co-op, and take it. And the other thing about the co-op and the condo, co-op is a shared time. It shares, and and if you call Jakia, she'll give you more breakdown of it. It's not a real property. It's like time sharing, basically. So you're buying shares to the property. You have no real control over the building itself. Is just it's shares that you're purchasing. You have a hard time passing that down to your kids, and to your family member, because you have to now get approval from the board before you could. So if Matthew, Pastor Mac, sorry Matthew, if you buy a co-op and you live in there with your wife and stuff, and he said, you know what, I'm gonna move to Florida, and you want to pass it on to your daughter, I said she's going to college, she can stay here. She has to get approved from the board to live there, right? Because it becomes a problem. With a condo, do whatever you want to do with it. You give it to her, whatever, and keep it moving. A condo is treated just like a single-family home. The only difference that you're paying homeowners association fees to that degree. All right? So we're going to talk more about that when I come back regarding Georgia and all that kind of stuff. At this time, because time is going, I'm going to have Mr. Green, the man with the money, the man with the plan, the man who could do the inspections, and he's going to tell you about home inspections, and then we're going to just wrap it up with Kentis, and then I'm going to come back to close it out.
Good afternoon, everyone. And praise the Lord if you praise the Lord. Amen. All right. I'm the most important part of this whole thing that you're here for today. Now, that may be according to view. But once you got your money together, your finances together, and your decision now, what is it that you're going to get? The thing that I find is this. Most people of our ethnicity do not do home inspections. They don't do inspections, period. Why? I could tell you a lot of reasons why I think, but in my experience, I don't always see it in terms of the percentage. There are people of color that do get it, but in terms of, if I say from 100%, I'd say about 20% is what I see in terms of what I've seen over the years. I've been doing this for a while. Now, it's a great day for an inspection. It's raining outside, it's gloomy, it's a great day for it. Why is it?
Because you can see some of the floors.
There you go. There you go. See, he was trying to answer, but she got it right. Okay? The leaks. Water is the enemy to your property. I don't care how great it looks. I don't care if it's old. I don't care if it's new. If water is getting in, you are going to have a problem. And the problem can be very substantial. So sometimes you'll say to yourself, oh, we're buying this beautiful house and it's brand new, it's new construction, or we're buying this older house. And what people do sometimes, I think, is, especially when I see husbands and wives sometimes, they don't look through clear glasses. They look through rose-colored glasses. They walk in and everything is beautiful because I have already decided that I have a desire for it. I haven't made the final decision, but I have look, I like. When I walk into a place, I already can see things that people don't see. Now, I won't tell you, but I see things right in this room, all right, right now. You might, oh, it looks clean, but I see things. I can tell you where water is coming in already. Anybody know where water is coming? All right, no, I'll see it. Okay. They're like, oh, okay, no, I'm not saying the property is damaged. I just am telling you where I see a little water has gotten in. Okay, but I'm going to tell you something so you know. But when you're looking at a property, one of the first things, let's start with the outside, right? When you're looking at a property, this is my recommendation to you. A property, when it's sitting on land, should not be sitting on land below land level. What I mean by that is, if you showed me a property and I walked and all the grass is like this, going like this down to the house, and the house is sitting down in that ditch, I'm most likely not going to be interested in that house. It may be all right, but 9 out of 10 to me, it's not going to be right because it has what I call a grading problem, meaning all the water, when it runs, it's going to run down into the property. Now, what is that going to do? That's going to affect its foundation. So here are things that when you walk into a house, right, when you go into the basement, there are things that you should be looking at. But most people won't look at these things because they just don't know. If I start seeing cracks, let me just stop there for a second. If I see cracks, the thing that you have to say to yourself is this. I'm going to get to when it's just a total problem where you should just say, no, I'm out, right? But before that, let's say you see cracks. You have to have decided, if I do like it, am I willing to do what it's going to take to bring it back to a place where it is livable and feasible and for me to be comfortable and happy in it? If you can decide that and say, okay, look, there's cracks here, yeah, but I'm gonna gut it. I'm gonna take these walls down. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Hey, it doesn't matter to you. But if you don't know, and it does matter to you, it makes a difference. Because cracks are a sign that the house may be shifting. Okay? If you go into a house and you start to try and open the windows, and all of them, everywhere you go, are hard to open, hard to shut, it may be a sign that the house is shifting. If you go to the doors and you go to try and slam the door, and every door, I'm not talking about one door, but every door is giving you a problem to close it, maybe a sign that the house is shifting, all right? Now, if you go in a basement and you can actually see the basement wall, it's not finished. It's not a finished basement. You can see the wall, the foundation wall that the house is sitting on. If that wall has thunderbolt cracks in it, it's going to be a problem, okay? If that wall that should be like this is like this, it's called what I call bowing or heaving. That means that the outside is pushing in. And there's a chance that sooner or later it could push all the way in and it could collapse, all right? If I go into a house and I'm in the bedrooms and you see the molding that's on the floor, but I can put a quarter in between the molding and the floor. Right, it's already, it looks great, but there's a space. That may be a sign that the house is shifting, sinking. Little things that we're just not paying attention to. And I'm talking about something that is new construction. I'm not talking about something that's old. There are people that, that build that don't build, properly. Or sometimes the builder can be great, but you know what? They just happen to be sitting on a piece of property where it just, some things happen. I can't explain everything. So I'm saying to you, there are things that are major things that you should be looking at, all right? Or you need an inspector for. How do you know the roof is good? If you walk in a house. You don't. You don't. Unless you go up, unless you got a drone and you're going to get out there and you're going to look, you're not going to know. Unless you're willing to go, if they have an attic, and crawl inside the attic and go with your flashlight and look under, you're not going to know. A roof can look good and still leak. You know why? You can have a roof that's brand new and the roofer just forgot to nail down one shingle, one. And it can cause water to come in and cause you a problem. Because water is funny. Water is going to come in, and it's not going to just say, let's say the shingle's right here, right? And then the water comes in. It's not going to stay there. It could come in right here and then slope and go all the way back there to where that door is, and you're like, what is it? Why is there water over here? And you won't never know. So you've got to be aware that there are some things you're going to need the inspector for because you can't see through walls. I can see through walls. That's right. I have a machine to help me do it, but I can't, okay? So when I'm looking at the walls, I got an infrared scanner. I can look. I got a moisture meter. I put that thing on the wall, boom. And if that thing starts ding, 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 I'm like, nope, nope. It looks dry, but it's not. And I'm talking about your foundation. It can look dry, but it's not. I did an inspection for a young lady, right, in Rockaway near the airport about 4 or 5 months ago, and was in the basement, and we were like, wow, there's a moisture on this wall right at the front of the house. I'm like, but it looks dry, but there's moisture. We came outside. Now, I had missed it. Her contractor was there. And we came outside to the front, and, you know, she's got her landscaping, but there was a board, like there was concrete on the front of the house, but there was a board just laying there. So I just thought it was a dirty old board just laying there because somebody didn't pick it up. He came and picked it up, and there was a big hole, like a cat could crawl in there. And that hole was going down right to where that wall was, and water was getting in. I don't know who dug it, I don't know what, but that is something that you would not be aware of. So when you're looking at properties, you have to always say to yourself, okay, there are things that no matter what I feel I know, I'm not going to know. All right, and I'm guilty of the same thing. I bought a house. When I bought my house, I went down and I walked through the house with the inspector. When we got in the house, we bought the house when it was warm. And in the basement, my son, my oldest son, he was like, yeah, I'm taking this basement and I'm gonna have this room down there. And he had the whole basement. He had a room that they had built on the side. So when winter hit, the whole basement was, you know, finished and had baseboard heating. He comes to me and he says, Dad, the room is cold. And I'm like, it's not cold, turn the heat on. He's like, the heat is on, but the room is cold. So I came downstairs and I'm feeling the heater, and I'm like, this heater is brand new. I'm like, why is it not on? I said, maybe the pipe has got air in the line or something. And so I waited, and then a few hours later, I was like, this pipe is not, the pipe outside the door, the baseboard heating is hot, but the one in the room is cold. So something said, this looks new. Looks newer than the other ones. So I reached down. It was only about this big. I reached down and I pulled on it. And I pulled on it, and the two pipes from the new baseboard heater were just stuck in the wall. They weren't connected to anything. Wow. So he was never getting heat, no matter what we did. And I was like, wow. And I just had to put it back before my wife came. And she's like, you inspecting? And I was like, there's no way I would have known unless, because it was warm, I didn't ask him to turn on the heat. I just wasn't thinking. If he had turned on the heat, I would have questioned it, but I didn't question it. So when you go in your houses, make sure they turn on the heat. Yes, okay. Another little foolish things that we don't do. You go in the house, you're going to go to the bathroom, right? So how come when you go and look in the house, how come you just don't flush the toilet? You're going to flush it when you get in there. Things that people don't do that can cause a major problem later on. You want to look underneath the sink. You want to see if the sink is leaking. Because when you don't do these things, your investment, right? This is why I say I'm the most important part. Because that money that you're going to spend is one of the biggest decisions. Besides, if you're going to get married to somebody, this is probably the second most biggest decision you're going to make in your life that you have to live with. So when you make it, you want to make a proper decision. So you have to know certain things that you can't see all the time. And you've got to say to yourself, like I said earlier, what am I willing to deal with if certain things aren't the way that I want them to be? Right? I can't just say, okay, now that I'm finding something that I don't like, I can just get out of it. No, you have to deal with it. So now that investment, that money that you brought in to pay for this, now you've got the mortgage payment, but now if something comes up, now you've got a bigger problem, especially if it's the roof. Anybody know how much a roof could go on average these days? It's not cheap. You're talking over 10 grand, even on a small house. So you want to know these things. Now, when it comes also to the heating, the boiler, you want to know whether you have a boiler or you have an HVAC, you want to know that that thing is running. And you're not going to know all the time whether it's running properly. I had a young lady that was somebody from the church. And she went to buy a house. And when she brought me in the house, she took me down. The house was a small house. And I said, oh, this would be nice for her. It's cute. It's just her and her son. And when she took me down to the basement to see the boiler looked like, you know that movie Nightmare on Elm Street where it has the cast iron boiler that he was throwing people in? That is literally what she had. And I was like, okay, it's working. I said, but this, if this thing goes, she is going to have a problem. And past that, a boiler, if you take care of it, will last. Sometimes it can last a lifetime. But the problem that I saw was this, that even without me, she should have been alarmed. The pipes were coming off the boiler, but then the pipes were going up in the ceiling, and the pipe was running across the room. And I'm looking at it, and I'm saying to myself, well, if somebody, and this was not a steel pipe, this was just a PVC pipe. It was a thick pipe. And I said, if something happens in the middle of the night, you're going to be stuck. You're not going to be able to just finagle this by yourself. So when you're looking at things, even though they work, boilers have a certain lifespan to them. So sometimes we think, oh, they just stay forever. No. And then you can have a boiler that is properly working, but I had with my mother before she passed. She had a boiler in the basement, and she had it in a closet. But there was a draft in the room. So now when she would leave, the draft, if she didn't block the door, the draft would blow into the boiler, and the pilots on the front of the boiler would blow out. And she's calling me every couple of weeks. Oh, can you come in? I'm like, it's 12 o'clock. and thank God I only live a couple of blocks away, but she's calling me because of that. But she's calling me because she couldn't do it herself. So there are certain things that you need to know that you want to say, okay, do I want to deal with certain things if something happens? You need to know what it is that you need to do. And you need to know that it's that. Because if she had called somebody, they could have said, oh, you need a new boiler. Because you don't know. So as a homeowner, part of what I'm doing is when I bring you in is not just to inspect the house, to tell you what you need to know. Do you know that I've seen people, their house got flooded because they don't know what is the global valve? You know what the global valve is? There's a valve in your house that's in the basement that when water is running, you can go to that one valve switch and go turn down, and it will cut all the water off in the house. And I find that most people buy houses and they do not know that. That's something that they're supposed to tell you. Don't have to, but they should be telling you, because if something happens, God forbid that you're not there, I tell my wife, look, if anything happens with the water, you go in this room and you hit this valve and you turn it down. That will cut off all the water. So there are certain things that you need to know as a homeowner, all right? In terms of what is detrimental, also there is your windows. When you look at the side wall of your house, you have gutters. Do you know why you have gutters? You have gutters on the house. People think that it's just so the rain will work. The rain, if it doesn't run off, will run in between the wall and deteriorate the wall, and now you have a major problem. All right? So if your gutters are not clean, that will cause you to have a problem with your house. That could destroy the house, the gutters, not something major. Also, just to let you know, when you walk into a house and you're looking through the windows, if it's a clear day and all the windows are clear, but one of the windows looks misty like it's rain on it, then something is wrong with that. That window is broken, it's busted, because there's a seal in between the window. But if you don't know that, that window needs to be replaced, because that means that air is coming into the house. That's another thing that you want to be aware of, is air getting in. Does the house have leaks that don't look like things are broken? Meaning, if I come in with my scanner and I look at a window and I scan it and that thing is reading like it's 45 degrees outside and it's reading 45 degrees in the house, that tells me something is wrong. Something is wrong. And that means you're going to pay more, because that means your heat is going out of the door and you don't even realize it. So there are little things that seem like nothing, and that's the most annoying thing. I try to tell you the annoying things about the house in the very beginning. Another thing is this: I had a couple, somebody from the church. Boy, the house was brand new. Guy had redone it, and it was beautiful, and they were happy. And I was like, yeah, it's nice in here. It was done over, renovated. It was nice, right? But they had 3 levels. It was beautiful. He had kids, so he had a basement, he had the middle, and then he had upstairs. And I said, well, you people are not cold people, right? And they were like, well, what do you mean? I said, because in this house, it only has 1 thermostat, which means it has 1 zone. You know what that means? That means that in order for you to have heat, the heat is turned on by the thermostat. But if you only have 1, that means that you've got to turn your heat on to heat up the whole house. But let's say you only want to be upstairs. You don't want to turn the heat on in the basement. Well, I told them that's what you're buying. So unless you tell the builder to come back in here and put some more zones on this boiler, every time you turn on your heat in the winter, you have to heat your whole house. So these are things that people don't say to you, and things look nice, but now you're like, I wish I had known that. Or now you have to pay for it when they could have paid for it in the very beginning. Now, those are the cons. Let me tell you the pros that I see that people do, that you could have had a nice house for a little bit of money, but because it wasn't perfect, it didn't look like what I saw on TV, I turned it down. And I've seen this over and over. People will come in, and sometimes you have a little bit of mold somewhere. And they're like, it's going to kill us after COVID-19. We can't have it. And I'm like, I see it, but if you were to cut that sheetrock out, and you might find the wood is fine, and you don't have to do anything, and now you replace that, you've got a beautiful house, all right? People looking at houses, when they go to look at it, and the house is occupied by people who don't keep a good house. And what they do is, I tell everybody, when you go in a house, imagine it empty. Don't look at it according to, I'm telling you, because you'll be amazed. Sometimes you have people that are selling a house and the tenant isn't too happy. And they're not. I've gone into places and I'm like, well, did they know we were coming to do an inspection? Please, they're like, I could care less, and I want you out of here quickly. Okay, so this is, you look at the place and you're like, this is a dump. And I'm like, it's not a dump. It's just that it's not well kept, all right? Or you're looking at things and you're looking at the fixtures, the cabinetry, you're looking at the floors, and I'm saying to myself, okay, it's not brand new, but this is something that you could change for very little money, and they're giving away at a very good price. So don't always look at things from the visual and say, oh, it's terrible. No, Look at it according to the way that you want to live. And can you do what needs to be done to fix it? All right? Now, I'll give you a little example. Like when I came in here, I could see the little water stain on there, so I could tell. Now, that doesn't mean, it just could be a pipe sweat. But I've gone in places where whenever I see a drop ceiling, I'm like, oh, I got to look in there. And when I first started doing these inspections, I was like, well, why? I've lifted up drop ceilings, and they can look brand new, but underneath, oh my God, you could tell that the whole ceiling was water damaged, and the person never fixed it. They just let it dry, and now it's peeling and cracking everything. So now if you ever want to take it down, now you've got to fix that whole ceiling because you didn't look at it. Little simple things. But even with that, you've got to know, hey, you could take that down with some sheetrock and fix it. But if you don't, you may look at it and go, it looks horrendous. I don't want it. I don't want it. All right? So you've got to say to yourself that everything is not a negative according to my financial status and according to my wherewithal to fix stuff. Electrical. You've got to really know that the electrical is very, very important in the house, because what can happen is this. You can, if the electrical isn't done properly, you may now, especially we're living in an age where the kids have computers, everybody has Wi-Fi, they have different things. You need more power, all right? The games that they want to play, the TVs, the way that they're made, you need more power. The gadgets that everybody wants to hook up is going to cause you to need more power. So when you look at a house, you've got to say to yourself, okay, is it powered enough for me to live here, or would I have to upgrade it? And when I look at the power that they have, is the power up to code? Meaning, if I come into your house and now I see fuses, I'm like, that's not going to work. If I see that when you see the breaker switches on, everybody know about the electrical panel? If those are red, it's not going to work. Most people don't know that. If I go into a house and all the breaker switches are red, that's no good. Means that it needs to be upgraded. Those are what we call Federal Pacific, meaning they're outdated because they've been known not to work. What does that mean? That means that now, when you've got overcurrent to a system that could cause an electrical fire in the wall, or something that could shock you and it's supposed to trip the switch and cut the power off, it doesn't work. It's not a guarantee that it's going to work. Okay? So now you have a hazard in the house, but it worked that day when we went there, but I didn't know it, so the person isn't going to tell you that. So these are things that an inspector is going to look at and automatically tell you that you wouldn't know ordinarily. And these are major things, because now if you've got to get an electrician, it's going to be a couple of dollars to rewire certain things. And if you go into a house and the wiring is old, it may need to be totally rewired. So these are things that you want to be aware of. In terms of the whole house in itself, the flooring, if you walked into a house and I put a ball on the floor and that ball starts to roll to one side, that's a sign that the house may not be level. If I walk into a house and the staircase is going like this, even though we're walking up, the staircase is slanted, may not be level. It could still be attached to the house, but it may not be level. All right, so these are little things that you want to know. I talk a lot. Is there question that you can think of that you might ask? Yes.
I just have a quick question, or two quick questions. The first one, my grandmother's house, she's a corner house. And as long as I've known that house, whenever it rains, or like really badly, there's always a flooding problem. Even down, because it has a driveway that like it descends down, and so that could cause a problem. It has caused a problem where my mom's car from back in the day, ended up getting flooded just being down there, and the basement always gets flooded. Do you happen to know what could be the possible cause?
Okay, the first thing is this. When you have those sunken driveways, there's you have the retaining, what's called a retaining wall. The wall that is along the side of the driveway that's holding the space clear, that can be taking in water. And what's supposed to be there is a drain. And that drain, because it's outside, people don't pay attention to it. You got rocks going in it, dirt going in it, everything going into it, and it's a pipe. So what happens is that pipe is underground. Sometimes that pipe is not, let's say, here's the driveway and there's the house. People think that when you see the drain is automatically gonna go down and go that way. No, sometimes that drain is going back towards the house. So now, when the rain comes, it looks like it's going down, but you don't know that it's going down. So I tell everybody, a good thing to do is when you have those drains that are outside, put a screen over it. So major stuff can't get inside of it because you can't tell what's going on, all right? And you can have a sump pump installed into a house, okay? Even though the water table, most of the time they're automatically there with houses, but if you have a house where you know that you keep having that problem and you don't have anything that you can see, meaning this, in the basement, water is getting in, but are there any days where there's water getting in, but you just see it in one spot before it floods the whole place? You can say, okay, I see a little water. Usually if the foundation is cracked or anything where you can't see it or separate it, you'll see the water come in just a little bit of that area. But if you don't see anything and the water is coming in, it just may be the water table is just too high in that area. So the ground is absorbing water and you can't see it. So you're making me think of one other thing, those gutters again. Sometimes the water is seeping in through the walls and then it's just running down and it's running down to the basement. And you can't tell. So there's a lot of different things, but before I would go to the sump pump, I would say you need to really have all the walls scanned for moisture, so you know that none of them are taking on water, and you got to make sure that those drains are clean. Once that's done, the only other thing that I could say is that it's the water table of the area, because that's something that you can't fight. There are just certain areas where the water, that's why in the Rockaways, they tried to build the houses up, on stilts and everything. I mean, it worked, but it didn't work when that storm came, but it works for a while. All right.
My last question. So my house personally, we had the walls redone, I think it was 2016. And I noticed the difference because now if there's like really bad rain, like there's this wall that it never used to have that problem. We've lived in that house for about like 20 years. So now I notice when it rains, it kind of, the paint always is an issue because
sagging.
Yes, it starts to sag because there's water coming down the wall and it kind of bubbles up. And every time someone has to come in, rip down that paint, redo it, and then it's gonna happen again.
Yes.
So would you say that's the gutter?
Okay, what kind of wall is it? Okay, let's put it this way. You know the sheetrock that you can buy at Home Depot? They put up studs and they screw those boards to the wall. But then there are what we call the Spanish stucco walls. They're not like that. When you take the wall away, they're like slates of wood, right? And then they come and they smack cement in between it and they put screen in between it and then they cover it again with plaster. That is a different type of wall. And when water gets behind those walls, it is very annoying because you can't just rip it down and put up another piece of sheetrock. You gotta take down a whole section to get it to come out right. So, and did you see the person put up the wall?
Did.
You
so
did. Did you see the wall when there was nothing there before he fixed it?
I did.
And what was it looking like?
So exactly how you described the first one, where it's like the sheetrock from like Home Depot, because I remember exactly where the person got it from. Now that you say that, and the screws. So I'm picturing it. So yeah.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, what did the wood or the brick look like that was there when he took the wall down?
I actually didn't get to see it that
Right.
far back.
Okay.
Because I just remember when it was done.
Right.
I just saw the sheetrock. But I know from the description that my mom was explaining the walls to be that they're kind of thin. And I could remember when they were being done that it kind of had a thinness to it. That's the best that I could really explain.
See, the wall is not really the issue. The sheetrock, it's what's behind the wall. Because if he took the wall down, there was no water getting in before, you're saying?
That specific wall, that was never a problem. Up
Okay.
until we redid it in 2016, it became a problem.
As soon as they finished?
Yeah,
Okay, did he put any insulation or anything in between the wall?
not that I can remember.
Okay. I mean, there's a myriad of reasons. Is that wall connected to a window or anything?
No, so that wall is actually connected directly to the next house. Like that's the wall going to, like on the other side, that's the next house.
Okay, yeah. It could be coming in between. And sometimes when you start banging on stuff, you're causing little crevices that you don't realize to happen. It's just like, it can cause things to happen just because of the movement, because stuff is old. So that's why I was saying, did you see the wall before? Yeah, that's the funny thing about houses, that it doesn't have to necessarily be that something is actually been done wrong. It could just be old, okay? Right, and then you touch it, right, and now you've taken away a little bit of your leak protection because you shifted it a little bit and it's fallen out, all right? But what I would suggest is that when it's wet, you take the wall down, because then you're definitely gonna see where it's coming in. Yeah, yes?
Going back to where you were talking about like foundational issues in the home, so I recognize having that same problem where the house is shifting. What would actually be done to actually fix that if you already have a made up
What kind of house is it?
What do you mean?
Meaning, is it a brownstone? Is it attached house?
It's an attached house.
It's an attached house.
Yeah.
Meaning, is it, okay, it's attached on this side, free in the front, free in the back?
Yes.
Which wall is it?
I would say the
One of the sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. It can be fixed. It can be fixed. But I can tell you, sometimes when you look at these houses that are attached, people think, oh, they gave me a separate foundation wall and them a separate foundation wall. You both could be sitting on the same one on the sides. All right? So that means when you go to mess with yours and fix yours, you're actually messing with theirs. So now you've got to stabilize. It can be done, but they'd have to stabilize the whole property to be able to shift that piece or take that piece out and re-pour it again and put it back so it's solid for the wall.
What would be the cost looking like?
That I'd have to see the size of the property and exactly where it is. It's going to vary, but it's going to be a couple of dollars for it because of what it is. When you're saying you notice a shifting or a bowing, or you just notice some cracking.
Yeah, it's like what you said, like, and it's like a seasonal thing. Like when it's in the summer, the doors, it's so hard to like, not
Okay.
because it's wood, because I know sometimes wood can expand in the
Right,
summer, and
right.
it's not that. It's really like the house shifting. When it comes to the winter time, now like everything else is now it's easily can be like closed.
Yeah,
or,
because
like,
it shrunk.
Yeah. you
Okay,
know.
yeah. Yeah, I'd have to see it before I would make any speculation on what it would cost. But I know what they would have to do. I had a young lady when I first started, and I wasn't really too sure. I just learned that, you know, a foundation could cause such and such a thing. But she had bought a house and didn't do an inspection. So I was coming in after, right? Not on the same house. She finally gave up and was inspecting another house to get. And I was like, oh, you have a house? She's like, yeah, but I got to get rid of it. I was like, why? She said the whole foundation cracked. And when it cracked, she tried to have them redo it and re-support the whole thing. And she was like, by the time they told her what it was, she was like, it's not worth it to me. So, yeah, it can happen. Things that when you have a property, you have to also figure in your maintenance costs, that you have to have some money, you know, put aside just in case. Or unless you're a person that just watches the house. If you watch the house, that can be your maintenance cost. But if you don't do anything, you just keep living in the house and don't wipe the windows, you don't close the windows. I just did an inspection the other day. People, the whole windowsills dry wired out all the way around. I'm like, why? Nothing's wrong. They just don't close the windows when it rains. Little dumb things. So it's wise to learn about your house, things that you don't just leave unattended, okay? So any other questions before I end?
We have an online question.
Yes.
Okay, so the question is, any suggestion as to which borough is best to purchase a house or a condo?
In my opinion, there is, are we talking about structurally or are we talking about financially? Financially, I cannot answer. Structurally, all I can tell you is that I don't believe that there's any best place. The only thing I would consider now is where you know the water table is high and you're next to water. Like if you're in the Rockaways, after seeing what happened in Sandy, it's changed my view. I would be very leery to just be there where I know that water has already shown that it has the possibility of coming up and destroying homes. Yeah. So other than that, everything is, to me, is care. If you take care of what you have, you should not really have major problems. Things do get old, but I'm talking about nothing should be deteriorating way before its time. Just like I was talking about a boiler. If you take care of your boiler, it could last. Even though people go, oh, they only last 10 to 15 years. I've gone in places and people are like, I'm not changing nothing. It works every year for me, even though it looks like it's about to go any second in terms of its appearance. But in terms of its ability to send heat to the house, right, it's working. Yes.
When doing a home inspection, how long would you run the water for? Run it, good. Testing the pipe. Should it be overnight or a few hours?
I don't need to run it for hours, but what I would do is, if I'm in the house, especially if it's old, what I'll do is I'll go run the water upstairs and I'll leave it. Run the water in the tub and the sinks, and I'll flush the toilet, and I'll go downstairs and I'll start running the water on the next level. Because what I want to know is this. At the bottom level is not really going to tell me not much because it's going to go and just drain out of the house and I'm not going to be able to see. But in the house, if the pipes are rusted, if they're leaking, or they're knocking, okay? So sometimes you have a pipe and it's loose. So you turn on all the pressure and now it's like clunk, 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 and you're like, what is that? How come every time I turn? Because there can be a coupling or something that was bolted down that's in the wall that you can't see that's causing, or there can be a blockage in the pipes, and through the pressure of it trying to work itself through, you're going to hear it, all right? And you also, it gives you a better idea of the water pressure that's going on in the house. You don't also want this thing that I lived with for years. We have a shower upstairs, somebody's in the shower, and all I have to do is go downstairs and take a shower. All the good water comes right to me, and all the water that was upstairs, they're not getting the same heat that we had, you know, when the shower wasn't being run downstairs. So all of these things are things that you would only know by running the water. Okay, it doesn't mean the boiler is broke, it just means that the pressure, maybe the valve, the pressure valve for the water to come up is turned only a little bit open. It needs to be opened up a little bit more. Maybe your boiler thermostat, there's a called an aquastat on the boiler, and it sets the temperature of how hot it boils the water. Maybe you may need to turn that up because you have more people in the house. So that's a very good question. I don't believe that you need to run it for hours, but yes, minutes, yes.
Water is sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
It will stay there for a period of time, and then one day it just breaks through. So
When you
that's
say
why
water, when you say stay in where?
like at my aunt's basement,
Uh-huh.
there was dripping for like months, and no one knew. And one day I went downstairs, and there was water. And
Okay.
come to find out, it's been dripping for a long period of time,
Okay.
and we had to change the entire pipe system.
So when you say it was dripping, right, are we talking about a heating pipe, or we're talking about a water transfer pipe for?
That I don't know.
Okay.
But all I know is just
Okay.
one day it just came.
Okay, okay. It makes a big difference because a heating pipe, it starts dripping, and if water's escaping from there, you're gonna have a problem with the boiler. It's gonna show you're gonna have a problem with your heat. It's most likely gonna just shut down. But if it's a transfer pipe of just to give you water to use, that water is always in the line. Right. It doesn't, meaning when you turn the valve on, you're really just releasing it to come through to you, but it's still in the house. So yes, that's what I mean by you should be doing maintenance yourself. You should be looking at your house. So when you said one day it just came through, right? If there was no other leaks before and one day it just came through, the pipe could have been corroding. But if you were, yes, right. If you look at a pipe and it's like, it's supposed to be an iron or a copper pipe, and now it's like white, it looks crusty and white around it, that's a sign that it's corroding, okay? And what happens is the corrosion, you may not see it because it's underneath the white stuff. So unless you scraped it off and looked at it, you wouldn't see it. So a hole could be eating right through it, and then one day it just eats enough to where it eats right through. So you've got to be looking at things and not just saying, oh, it's no big deal. It's not a problem. All right, any other questions, or I'm about to end? I thank you, sir.
So if you have any more questions, you can speak to Mr. Green about, get his business card. Also, we're gonna have Kentis come now to speak, because time is going. So one thing with the inspection, you will get your report, you do the inspection, the process usually about, depending on the house, probably about 45 minutes to an hour. And every house have a different price. He was, I wish he would said that, but, so one family is not the same price as a 4-family or a 2-family, something like that. So everything's different. Also, you get the report via email, and that report will go also to your buyer's attorney. Like in case if you're using Jakia as the attorney, she will receive the report. If there's issues with the home, normally that is sorted out sometime with the attorneys. Sometimes the attorneys will leave it up to the realtor to speak to the owner and the buyer to sort it out. So if, as he said, the boiler went out, the hot water tank went out, it's just something that can be credited to the buyer at the closing. So don't get dismayed if there's problems on the report. I bought my first house. The inspector walked in and said, do not buy this house. Literally told me. He walked in there, this is when inspection started to become inspection. And the man came there like Inspector Gadget and went through the whole house and told me, do not buy it. Walk away, take your family, go somewhere else. And he was 1,000% correct. The house was a hot mess. But I was getting it for what? $215,000. The value was $399,000. So what? I'm buying the house. I figured out later. But it was honestly, it became a headache, some way, shape, or form. But if you're not a person that is prepared to handle all of these stuff, follow the advice of the inspector and also a contractor. Somebody asked a question earlier about builders and contractors. We do not really, I stopped recommending contractors and stuff like that. I would suggest that if you want a contractor and somebody recommend a contractor, get at least 3 or 4 estimates from 3 different contractors. You want to also, I would advise you strongly, they must give you at least 3 referrals that they did work for. And you must have a way to speak to those referrals directly and let them give their opinion of what. If they have a website, look up their reviews. If they don't have a website, I strongly advise that you go to, what's that thing called again? The the Consumer Reports. Go look it up. Look if they're up there, because if they're licensed, then it's going to show up. If somebody made a complaint or whatever to them, they would also show up. That goes for inspectors too. That goes for realtors. That goes for everybody. You want to also just do your own due diligence. Ignorance is not an excuse. You need to do your research yourself. Lastly, before Kentis comes, when it comes to that, do not take your brother and them and say you're not going to use an inspector. Oh, let me go check out this place. I'm going to bring my cousin because he's a contractor. Do get yourself a licensed inspector to go and look at. Do not rely on your family members, because your family members, if they go there and see a problem, that is not they don't have the documentation to bring to the attorney to get a discount or credit for your benefit. So it's way back when, that's how they used to do it. You bring a friend, they write on a note, and they give, and that's it. But then the government, the state, the city eliminated that and said you have to get a engineer inspection done on the home. If you forego it, that's on you. Lastly, if you're buying a home that is as is, and Jakia can also talk about that, as is sometimes mean as is, meaning the owner's not fixing nothing. You can go and do the inspection all you want. It's just for your benefit. But the owner is not doing anything. I strongly advise you that if you're buying a home that is fully renovated by an investor, you definitely 1,000 upon 1,000 upon 1,000% get an inspector. Do not take the investor's word for it. That's because the blings look nice, the countertops look nice. We sold the house to a lady. We were going to sell a home. We told her not to buy the home. She did not listen. She went and bought the house. The day after she closed, the entire basement flooded, and she can't find the developer, the inspector. I mean, the investor. So now she had to spend thousands of dollars to redo the entire, because you know what they were doing? Throwing the cement and everything down into the toilet and down into pipes and whatever, all the excess garbage. They were just throwing it down into the sewer lines, in the sewer thing. And it clogged and got hardened, so she had to get someone to come and rip out the whole pipeline and redo the whole thing. So you really need, and he's accurate. He is a very pivotal part of the process. And before you go into contract, usually you make an offer, owner accepts, pending inspection. So then the inspector will come, do his report, submit it to us, to you, and again, you must be at these inspections. A lot of people trying to opt out, now, oh, just pay the guy, he go do it. That's not helping you. You need to be there while the inspection is going on, so you can see exactly what's going on. You're going to live there for 15 to 30 years. You're going to be there, so you need to know what's going on with the home that you're purchasing. So speak to Mr. Green when you have a chance. Email him, call him if you have a question. If you are a seller or you're online, you are a seller and you're looking to sell your home, I highly recommend you get an inspector to come and check your house out before you put it on the market, because he will give you insight of what can be done before the buyers start to come in and critique your home. And you're going to get all mad and upset because they're saying that you have water leaks here and that the light switch don't work and you got this, that, and the third, and you're mad. But it's your fault. You did not take care of your home. So the inspector was going to help you to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do before we put it on the market. All right? Kentis, I just want to say something about this young man here. This guy here is, I'm telling you, I'm so grateful for him. You know, we have some great agents in my office. When Kentis came to me, to my good friend Matthew, he called me and he said, listen, I have one of my church members want to be he's an agent. And I'm like, right, Matthew? I was like, I don't know. I don't want to take on no new agents, man. And he's like, God, just, meet him. And so I met him. It was one of the best moves that I ever did. I'm proud of him. He's doing a fantastic job. And I would never, since I left to go to Georgia, I mean, this guy, his partner is not here, Greg, but they are like these, I don't know what you would call them, like Thunder 1 and Thunder 2, but they're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, Conrad. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you, Conrad. I've learned a lot. I can speak from various vantage points. Firstly, thank you guys so much for being here, for taking the time to come out. I firmly believe that information is powerful, and our investment to get information is just as powerful as the information that's there. So I do thank you guys for coming out. Pastor McKee, thank you for having us so much. Thank you. Thank you. I have learned everything about sales from Conrad. I came to him as an agent that only knew how to lease apartments. I did a killer in the city. However, doing sales is a different animal. We've heard different people speak from different vantage points of real estate, and that's how it is in the industry. You may be familiar with certain things, but everything in real estate is transactional, and you have to know all of the key players, and you have to know how to do it. So everything I've learned about sales, I've learned from Conrad. He taught me a lot, to say the least. My portion will not be long with you guys, I promise you. And I know preachers, when they say that, it means that it's going to be long. But I'm telling you, it's not going to be long. I double as a realtor and an accountant. So I see people from various vantage points. And one of the things Conrad touched on earlier, which is pretty much going to be the premise of where I'm speaking from, is understanding when you're buying a multiple family or if you have commercial property, that you must be prepared to be a business. Now, what does that look like? Well, it looks like accurate reporting. It looks like having an account that's dedicated for that business. It looks like actually depositing the money. Now, I just want to be clear, as an accountant, somebody can be paying you rent on a lease, but it is not actualized until the money is deposited. It is not actualized until the money is deposited into an account that is notified, a bank account that will now be able to record to say, this is what you received. Oftentimes, what I have found in my experience is that people will come to me and say, well, I received this amount, but when I look at their statements, I don't see anything that's reflective of that. The problem becomes now, how do we really account for that? How do I create a cash flow? Because I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm not saying that you're lying, but I'm saying that I cannot now stand to prove to anybody that this is actually a reflection of the entity that you represent, whether that's a multifamily or a building that has commercial spaces or multiple tenants in it. You must be willing and prepared to make regular deposits on the money that you receive. The other thing that I've often come across are people that have a lot of expenses. I get it. When you own a property, especially a multiple family to be more specific in a commercial unit, you have the right to access a lot of deductions on the IRS. One of the things I often tell people, the first thing you want to do after you purchase the home, or matter of fact, even before you're doing that, when you're in the process of saying, I want to buy a multifamily home, I want to buy a commercial space, you want to do that hand in hand with an accountant. Why? Because somebody has to be there to help you account for everything that you're going to get. Every expense does not qualify as a business expense. Can I say that again? Every expense does not qualify as a business expense. Don't get me wrong, you have the right to write it off, but every expense does not qualify as a business expense. The problem becomes now, if you're looking in the situation where Conrad talked about, you want to buy a $1.1 million property, but your actual net earnings is $20,000. There is no one in the world that's going to take that $20,000 divided over 12 and say you qualify to pay a mortgage of $1.1 million. It's not possible. And I know that we have a lot of seasoned, I love the word you use, mature homeowners, whereby you were groomed in a time where the banking system wasn't the most trustworthy system, and you're worried that Uncle Sam is going to come after you because the taxes you're going to owe on that. Let me give you a little insight. The money that you make from passive income is taxed lower than the money that you make from active income. Active income is W-2 employment, 1099 employment. That's active. You're out there trading your time for money. You understand? That's active. Something that you're receiving in a rent roll is passive. The tax rate on that is a lot lower than it is for actual people that are out here. Let me give you a real world example. If you live in one of the most expensive cities in the U.S., New York City, and you are out here working a single person and you're making roughly $100,000 a year, you are approximately going to be taxed about 32% on that between state, city, and federal. So which means $32,000 out of that $100,000 is going to be taken and put for taxes. When you have a rental property, a commercial property that is making income, that property is going to be taxed anywhere between 12 and 20%. That's a significant difference between what you would pay at that 32% versus what you would pay at that 12 to 20%. So that $100,000, you would have paid $12,000 in taxes between state, federal, and city. And obviously at the $100,000, 32%, you'd be spending $32,000, which is, I think, a little bit ridiculous, right? But nonetheless, this is the city that we live in. So you must, and I highly recommend that you partner with an accountant, you partner with an agent that's going to help you maximize your property. Be prepared to deal with people. And if you're not ready to deal with people because you're of the mindset to say that I don't like people, or I don't want to be bothered, after 8 o'clock, don't call me, and you're the landlord, God bless you. Because problems happen after 8. And that is a part of the commercial dynamic that many people are not prepared for, or the multiple family dynamic that many people are not prepared for, because you want emergencies to happen at your availability. That's not how it works in real estate. You understand? So cash flow is very important. And this is something that you guys can use as well as people that are looking as individuals or as a business. If what is coming in, right, is less than what is going out, we have a cash flow problem. It means that there's a great possibility that you are overspending in some area on whatever it is that's going on. So when it comes to the business of real estate, it is important to have that dedicated account so you can see what the actual cash flow is. What am I spending and what am I making from the leases, and what are my net earnings from that? So if I have a property that has 2 rental units in it, and each unit is paying me a rent of total $2,500 a pop, that's $5,000 that's coming in from that of rental income. Would you guys agree with me? Awesome. Now, if I have property taxes, I have a mortgage, I have insurance that I'm paying for the property, I have utilities that are at my disposal, I'm going to be able to tell whether or not my leases and my expenses are properly aligned with each other instead of not having that information, so I cannot make an informed decision. Why is that important? That's going to let you know whether or not you want to increase the rent roll that you have there, or if maybe you may want to consider stepping away from the property because you can no longer afford it. These are the important factors where banking is concerned. So I know the gentleman that Conrad used as an example came in with a couple of $100,000 in cash. But how do you know what you actually earned? How is it possible? You have it in your head that this is what you earn. And don't get me wrong, a lot of us can do math in our head. But when it comes past a certain number, it's very hard to track, especially if you're dealing with multiple businesses, right? It is very important. Have that together. Have that dedicated account that you're not using when you go away. Amen? So those are the areas I really wanted to touch on. I know time is already very, very far spent. There was a couple of things that I wanted to go into, but I want to respect your time more than anything. Okay, so I'm going to pass it back to Conrad. If you guys have any questions for me concerning how to properly account for things, or rather how to, commercial real estate, please feel free to reach out to me. Most of you guys have my number on my Facebook, okay? God bless you guys.
Appreciate you. Okay, so there's a lot more entailed. I appreciate everyone for coming to the seminar. We got, again, flyers and cards and stuff on the back for any questions, anyone that want to reach us. Obviously, you can reach me through Kentis, or Kentis, you can speak to Kentis. You don't have to reach me, go to Kentis. And we will facilitate it. We also have one of our other agents here, Peter, in the back. He's been with me the longest. He's actually not an agent. He's one of my associate brokers for my office. So, my job is to pass the baton. I've been doing this way too long. And I'm just like, yo, but real estate is really people out here trying to diminish what we do for a living and make it look like, it's just showing houses and, walking on. They watch too much HGTV. I'm telling you, stop watching them people, because they're not telling the story, the real story behind it. All of that is staged and performed. Half of those people that's doing the work, they're not doing it. They have people doing the work. They just come to do a little spat on the wall and a little paint here and there, and then, they're just the face of the programs. It does not work that way. So I thank everyone. First, I want to thank Matthew and Holy Love Outreach for allowing us to partner with this homebuyer seminar. Jakia, Mr. Green, Marty, who's not here, and all the ones that have spoken, appreciate you all for coming. The last thing I just want to add to this, she was supposed to be part of the program, but unfortunately she couldn't make it, but it's pivotal to churches and to anyone that owns land or property that wants for that to be developed. So there are many, you drive around these neighborhoods and you see buildings going up, and you see this happening, and you see churches building facilities and all that kind of stuff. This is an initiative that's been going on for quite some time. It's affordable housing projects that's been happening not only in Brooklyn and Queens, in the Bronx, Manhattan, even upstate New York. And what is that essentially? Essentially, it's like churches are partnering with developers and with the city of New York to turn their so let me just give it quickly because we have to go. So let's say Holy Love Outreach owned not only this building, but they own 5 other buildings on the block, and they're renting them out, right? And they're really not in the greatest condition, but they're still getting some money for rent and whatever the case may be. So, but Holy Love needs a bigger sanctuary, right? So what happens is that they don't have the money to tear this whole thing down and build whatever. So they will partner with a developer who will come in and say, okay, we're going to check the scope in terms of the FAR, how much you could build up, and what is allowed by the city and zoning, right? I'm just giving my little top board what I know. and they will come in. It's a tedious process. It's not an overnight process. It's not something that's going to happen in a year or 2 years. It's going to drag out sometimes for 3, 4, 5 years, because it's money that is coming from the government and private entities to help subsidize the build. And so let's just fast forward that the partnership between the developer and the church come together, and they create an entity, and that entity basically is now the one that's going to build this edifice and the apartments, right? There's a lot of misconception with how churches get, involved with the development. They think they're losing their power, their rights. There's no such thing. There's a litany of churches that have done this project. If you go down to Brownsville, East Flatbush, Church of God of East Flatbush, namely one, is now they moved from East Flatbush to Brownsville, and now they become Ebenezer Plaza. They have 2 big buildings plus commercial space, all of that, one parking, all of that wonderful stuff. We just recently saw Cultural Arts, which is A.R. Bernard. I literally, when I came up from Georgia, I saw that he's taking all of his vacant lot that had, anybody know Flatlands in Pennsylvania, when he had all them yellow buses in there? Well, now it's going to be affordable housing coming there. So people are partnering with this. Now, this is not only for churches. This is for people who have vacant lots. So if you know somebody that has land, whether it's in East New York, Brownsville, because those primarily the 2 places now that has land still available. And if you know somebody that has multiple plots of land, you have people out there looking to partner with you to help build those kind of things. I can't give you more details on that. I only can speak to what I know that I've been a part of. Erica is the one that should have been here, that would have given me more insight on that. Her company is called Brisa, B-R-I-S-A, Brisa Builders. She's on Flatbush Avenue. She's been in the business for a very long time. She's the one that actually built Ebenezer Plaza, the whole buildings there. She has a litany of buildings that she built throughout Brooklyn. There's one now she's building on in Brownsville. It's a new project not too far from Rockaway. She's built in Manhattan. She's built in the Bronx. She's very seasoned. And the thing I love about her is that she understands the pastor's heart and the church's heart. I know a lot of I come in contact with other developers, and it's really about money for them. But with her, I see that she has a compassion for the community, a compassion for the church, and a compassion to see development happen. And it also give the church the power to develop wealth for the community, for the congregation. So if anybody wants more information on that, they can reach out to Kentis and I. What we're going to do is on the lives, I am going to, I guess, give it to Kentis or myself or whatever, and we're going to post all of this information, contact information. You can reach out to any one of us or these individual people. You want to get in hold of Jakia, we're going to put her, we'll tag her in the post and all that kind of stuff, so you can reach her, because I know y'all are hooked onto social media like it's nobody's business. So, you get on to them, and you could, reach them that way. So we thank you again for coming. This has been fantastic. Again, thank you, Matthew. Thank you for everyone who participated. And I hope that you guys really start planning for the future. Don't wait till, wait till I get some money. No, plan. I'm going to misquote this, but it said, those who fail to plan to fail. I know there's a little bit more into it. So you have to put a plan together, and you have to make it happen. Jakia, love you. Thank you so much. You do need a real estate attorney. I love litigators. If you're a landlord, go get a litigator. If you're buying, get a real estate attorney. And because that makes the process a lot easier for us and make the transition quicker and smoother than dealing with some of that you have to chase down, because I've done that. Chase down lawyers, chase down people, you can't find them. We're dealing with a couple of them right now. And they cost us the deals to fall apart because we can't find them. And you lose the house that you want. So we thank you again for coming. Appreciate you. Any last question? Speak now, forever hold your peace before we go. Oh, so y'all saying y'all having dinner where? We going to Simpsons? What? I'm just playing. Anyway, thank you so much again. I appreciate you all. I'll be in the back there if anybody has any additional questions. Okay, so I'm turning over to Matthew. Pastor Matthew.
No, my birth certificate says Matthew McKee. Can we put our hands together one more time for Conrad? Is a friend and a brother of mine for many years, and I'm just grateful to God for him and for his business and for him connecting us to great professionals that have expertise in the areas that they have expertise in. Thank you, Jakia. Am I saying it right? Jakia. Can we put our hands together for Jakia? Great information. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Leonard Green as well? And then we had Marty. Was it Marty? Marty Murray. Okay, got you. Well, hopefully we are developing not only a professional relationship with you, but a real great relationship where we can really pull on these experts in their areas of. And how many of you are really grateful and thankful for the information, the empowerment that was released to us today just by information? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, and I'm grateful to God for this. I would to God that our community, and it's something that we want to really be fully invested in this particular local house, that we get connected to information that will educate us and that will cause us to be empowered and enriched in everything that we're trying to do, not just in the four walls of the church and obviously when we're doing ministry and church services, but we want to be empowered legally. We want to be empowered financially. We want to be empowered in what we know and being able to be conduits also to be able to connect other people to these wonderful experts in their field of study. And people have given, what you've heard today, people have given their life investment, their time investment to their study and to their craft. And sometimes we try to cut corners in parts of our life that we should not try to cut corners in. So I'm really grateful for every single presenter and facilitator today. And I promise you, I know for a fact, you're going to be hearing from me. And Miss or Mrs.? Mrs. Jakia Gray, you're going to be hearing from me and my lovely wife. Can you put your hands together for my beautiful wife, Lady McKee? And we thank God for Overseer Verona Burton. We want to shout her out and honor her as well. And I thank God for you. And I want to give a great big shout out to our very own Deacon-elect Kentis Ellis. And I tell you, it did my heart glad to hear Conrad speak so highly of you. You really make us proud. You make us proud, and thank you for even being a visionary and one that can pioneer a seminar like this. In the future, I really pray that we can get more people as excited as we are over prayer breakfasts and food and banquets, and as excited as we are over prophetic encounters to receive words for the Lord. Isn't it wonderful to be able to be empowered to understand that the word of God is only going to go as far as our willingness to invest and to partner with what God is doing. Faith without works is dead. So we can prophesy all the million times, but if we don't have the education and the knowledge, we're not going anywhere. So we thank God for Ken. Can we put our hands together for Kentis as well? Again, God bless you. God bless you. I think that is everything. I think there was something else on my mind, but please, if you have any questions, the business cards for each of these wonderful professionals are right there back there on the table. And please, thank you. Listen, this seminar was free. This was free. And let me tell you something, time is money. And I thank God that these professionals, they could have been, I'm telling you, somewhere else in the world, and either making money or they could have been on vacation, right? Some all-inclusive somewhere in the world. But they thought it not robbery to be here with us. And so we really are grateful for them and their time, and we don't take that for granted. So with that said, we're going to close out right now. Please, if you have any questions, be respectful of their time as well, but try to get their contact information. Their cards are back there, and we're going to try to really try to see if we can stay connected and get the information that we need. And I pray that we can possibly, at some point, Kentis and Conrad, we can probably talk about doing something even bigger, because I do believe that there are a bevy of people in our community, but us in the faith-based community as well, that needs this information. Because I'm telling you right now, I have a few meetings that I'm speaking to Kentis. I have a few meetings set up already, but everyone standing if you can. Let's just pray out. Father, we're grateful to you for your grace. We thank you for every single person that has presented here. Thank you for this information. It's truly life-changing. It's truly informative. And God, we feel empowered. And most importantly, it's going to make us more intentional in every aspect of our lives that was spoken about today. We want to be intentional, we want to be empowered, and we want to be able, Father, to build our families, our finances, and everything connected to our wealth and prosperity for the future. And so, Father, even as we depart, protect us. Even as we depart, I pray you go with all of us. I pray you protect us from dangers seen and unseen. And we thank you, God, that you'll give us more grace. You'll bless the presenters. Bless every person that has been here physically or watching virtually. And Father, we tell you thanks. And the people of the Lord say, amen. God bless you. Wow, what a powerful and impactful worship experience. I trust and pray that the Spirit of God really ministered to you today at the point of your greatest need. I pray that today's message really brought clarity, brought great enhancement, and great upgrades to where you are at this time and season of your life. Psychological shiftings, emotional shiftings, most importantly, spiritual shiftings that brings transformation to you as a person and blessings to you and your family. Thank God that you're tuned in, you're locked in. Why don't you join us? Join us here in person at 998 Rutland Road, right here in Brooklyn, New York. And if you can't get here personally, join us virtually on Facebook or YouTube. Even connect with us on Instagram. Whatever you got to do to get connected. Don't be disconnected. Get connected. We bless God for you, and we thank God that you tune in with us. Stay connected. You're part of our family. Until next time, God bless you.